the Nigeria senior women's football team, the Super Falcons, and of course other teams when it comes to football, women's football. And of course, when you know you're here for Sports Reel, do know that you're in for a good treat. Welcome again. All right, let's begin from home, and obviously that will be about the just concluded National Youth Games in Asaba Delta State Capital. And of course, after about 11 days of non-stop action, we saw, athletes, young athletes aged, 15 and below. We saw them compete for more than a week in Asaba in different sports. And of course, at the end of the day, it was the host team, Delta, that emerged, the overall winners. And of course, we were still talking about it. And during the course of the game, the Minister of Sports Development, John Eno, also talked about how he will be proposing that, the age limit for the games will be expanded. It has to be extended to 17 years. As it stands now, it's 15 years. And many people have been talking about the beautiful things they saw in Delta, including seeing athletes aged 4, 5, 6, 7 winning medals for their, states, which they say has been really impressive. And of course, we caught up with some other stakeholders when it comes to the Nigerian sports fraternity, who talked about how it's very much important to always catch them young, especially this example coming from the president of the Nigeria Wrestling Federation.
The 2016 Olympic Games in Rio, Brazil, Japan came with about 30 very young athletes, 9, 10, 11-year-olds. They came to watch the Olympics, to get a flavor for what the Olympics is. They were the most raucous, they were making the most noise. You would see them. And they were preparing them for the 2028 Olympics. Guess what? 2 of them won gold medals in 2024 already. That is what age group competition does. So I can understand if we want to use this as our base, but we'll have to do it right. If we are going to use 20-year-olds as our base, then we've already lost it. And that is the whole essence of why we must be very strict about the age. The moment we start cutting corners about age, forget it. We have not even started. And we should learn from what has happened to us over time.
All right, let's move away from that now and talk about the Nigeria women's senior football team, talking about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. And if you know the drill, it is time for the MTN Super Falcons show with Osereme Negbenebo standing by to update us. So, Osereme, what's up today? Tell me what I don't know.
With just a few days to his 4th anniversary as the head coach of the Super Falcons, Randy Waldrum announced that he would be leaving his role due to his wife's health issues. This is the MTN Super Falcons show. Welcome aboard a brand new episode of the MTN Super Falcons show. Now, Randy Waldrum, the first American to handle the 9-time African champion, the Super Falcons, had an eventful time with the team after he was appointed in 2020. From the 2022 WAFCON to the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup and the 2024 Olympics, he did his best to lift the team. This is the MTN Super Falcons show, like I said earlier, and my name is Osereme Negbenebo, and I'm your host on this jolly good ride. Now, if this is your first time of joining us on the show, this is your one-stop shop for all things the Super Falcons. And when I mean all things, I mean all things. Off the pitch, on the pitch, their likes, dislikes, everything, even their favorite food, you can find out right here on the MTN Super Falcons show. Today's episode is dedicated to former head coach Randy Waldrum. But just before we unravel all that we have for you on the show today, let's take this really short break and we will be right back.
Is your MTN line blocked? Simply link your NIN to your line to unbuy it. Visit an MTN office close to you today. But if you don't have your NIN yet, hurry to the nearest NIMC office to get your NIN. For more information, visit nin.mtn.ng. MTN. What are we doing today?
Welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us. You are still locked on to the MTN Super Falcons show. Now today on the show, we're shining the spotlight on former Super Falcons head coach Randy Waldrum. We'll be going back to a moment in time when Randy Waldrum reflected on his experience as the Super Falcons coach. Do watch this clip.
I would equate it to a roller coaster ride. It's been very up and down, and early in my time here, obviously, getting to try to learn the culture, try to learn the way the Federation operates, because it's quite different than the way we do it with the U.S. Trying to learn a little bit about the player and the player pool that we had to select from. And we had some down times in the first couple of years. We had some positives, but we had a lot of down periods as well, and for a lot of different reasons, which would take too long to go into. But I think the last year and a half has been very positive. We're definitely in a place now where the ride is going much more smoothly. The team has progressed really well over the last year and a half, and so I'm really pleased with it. But I would describe it as a roller coaster, and now we're enjoying the ride, and hopefully we enjoy it all the way to the Olympics. Well, my first love has to be the team. You know, I think getting to know these players over the last 4 years and watching them not only as great footballers and players, which it's obvious you can see what their talents are on the pitch, but they're just great people. You know, that's the most important thing to me. I want to be surrounded by people that are good people, that have high character, and they certainly do. The other thing that's I've really come to love is just the fans and the public in Nigeria. It seems everywhere we go now, they're so supportive, they're so positive about the job that I'm doing and the job that the girls are doing on the pitch. So I've come to really love that part of the country, and just the overall work ethic of the people, I think, is amazing to me, is to see how hard they work to get rewarded so little, you know, and that's very, very impressive to me. Well, I've got to be honest. I've really found it hard with the food. I've not found too much that I really feel comfortable eating. Unfortunately, my stomach can't handle the spices, and it seems like most everything has some kind of spice in it. But I've been getting by. I've been getting by. So I really couldn't name one dish that I've really enjoyed. The pigeon, but then when they start talking together, I can't understand a word of pigeon. It took me a while to understand, you know, that there's different cultures throughout Nigeria that have different languages, and to hear them all come together, it's like a foreign language, although I know it's English, but I guess the slang in the pigeon is definitely throws me off. I catch myself saying, wait, what did you say? Slow down, you know, I don't understand. Some of our staff I can't understand, you know, so it's definitely unique to Nigeria.
Thanks for the memories, Randy Waldron. We appreciate your time with us. We appreciate your time with the Super Falcons, the highs, the lows. These experiences have shaped the Super Falcons and made them even better. And we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And of course, wishing your wife healing and speedy recovery. Now, we would like to hear from you, our lovely viewers. What is your favorite Randy Waldron moment with the Super Falcons? What is it? Is it the Olympics? Was it the WAFCON? What would you say has been your fifth time with Randy Waldron and the Super Falcons? You can let us know by visiting our social media platforms at MTNNG on Instagram and X, that's formerly Twitter, MTN Nigeria on Facebook and YouTube, and of course our very own pages, Super Falcons Show, across all social media platforms. Like I always say, follow us across all social media platforms for the very best of information and content about the Super Falcons. Because even before it gets on the show, we've already dropped it on the Super Falcons Show page. So you want to be following us across all social media platforms. And now, just before we go, congratulations to Super Falcons striker Ifeoma Onumonu, as she has joined French First Division side Montpellier. She is the first Nigerian lady to do so. You see our Falcons, they're doing amazingly well. And we know that it can only get better. Now remember not to forget that this show airs 9 a.m. every Tuesday on NTA. And if you missed it, not to worry. We have got you covered. You can always catch it on MTN's Ayoba app. Till I come your way in the very next episode, allow me to first of all thank the guys making things happen behind the scenes. That is my producer, Tayo Ogunsheye, Big Jimmy, Bode Olotu, and of course, Uche. My name remains Osereme, and I will see you in the very next episode. Toodles!
You're still watching Sports Roll on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Let's now turn our attention to domestic football. And of course, that's the Nigeria Premier Football League, the Nigerian top flight. Obviously, on match day 3, which was last weekend, lots of interesting results that we got. And as a matter of fact, there was no home win in the Nigeria Premier Football League. And I think that will go as, serious record. It has to go into the history books. On Saturday, it started with Rivers United, who got a 1-0 win away. And of course, Academy Warriors also ran out, 4-3 winners to Nasarawa United. 3-4, that ended, that 7-goal thriller. It was really interesting to watch. And of course, on Sunday, we saw that win again, with, Remo Stars getting that important, 2-0 away win over Kano Pillars. And of course, Niger Tornadoes also beat Plateau United away from home. Come on, other matches ended in draws, especially goalless draws. Can you just imagine what a weekend we had in the Nigeria Premier Football League? Let's just show you a bit of highlights when it comes to the NPFL match day 3.
So we've kicked off match day 3 of the Nigeria Premier Football League from the Muhammad Jibo Stadium in Katsina. It's Remo Stars away from home up against the Kano Pillars. Both sides are yet to face defeat in the NPFL thus far. Daniel Monade, returning from the Super Eagles duty, is now taking charge of the first away game of the NPFL. Started the throwing for Remo Stars. Jide Fatuko goes all the way back to captain Unduka Junior. Unduka Junior controls, sends a long one forward. Sadiq Ismail beats the offside trap. Sadiq Ismail eyeball to eyeball with the goalkeeper. Sadiq Ismail scores as the post goal for Remo Stars on away territory yet again. Sadiq Ismail, just as he did against Abia Warriors, has now scored again away from home for the Sky Blue Stars. The whole bench rushed to him to jubilate. Sadiq Ismail beating the offside trap of Kano Pillars. Inverting from his right back position, dribbles the goalkeeper and slamming into the back of the net coolly for Remo Stars. Left inside, Alessio was just a space to run to. There's Frank Mawena to find. Frank Mawena still. The Togolese. Mawena, the second goal for Remo Stars and the first goal for the Togolese of the NPFL season. Frank Mawena points gazing into the sky. And indeed, the sky is indeed shining of the stars as Remo Stars continues to hold down the pillars and find a way to ensure that they would get another away win in the NPFL. Secretly defending on Rabiali right there. Rabiali strikes one, big save from Opasa yet again. Final action, referee puts a whistle in our mouth, and that would be that.
Normally Stars onside. It goes to Rivers United. The ball over the top from Stephen Mania. This looks promising for Rivers United. Mr. is sliding forward. Rafi with a low cross into the box. The goalkeeper has fumbled that one, and on the follow-up, Rivers United take the lead. Once again, it is that man, Gabriel Delay, came off the bench against Heartland to get a brace. Stars, Monday sends across back into the ITR there. Stanley Ogambo challenging for that ball alongside Rafiu. Still Lobby Stars a chance now. This looks good across to the left hand side. United will clear, and that will be it.
All right, quite interesting, but when it comes to continental football, it was mixed results for Nigeria. Nigerian champions Rangers International of Enugu, they crashed out of the CAF Champions League after losing their second round encounter, to their opponents. That's talking about Esperanza Sagrada of, Angola, that ended 3-1 against them, and they lost out 3-2 on aggregate. They won't be participating any further when it comes to the CAF Champions League for the 2024-2025 season. They missed out of the group stage. So they will try another time, but that's not really good for Nigeria. All right, talking about the CAF Confederation Cup, where we've got the People's Elephants, Enyimba International, competing after playing a goalless draw in the first leg. Same was the result in the second leg in Uyo on Sunday, but they qualified via penalties, as they converted 3 of their possible 5 penalties to defeat their opponents at Tofilante 3-2 on penalties to advance to the group stage. So congratulations to Enyimba. Hope Rangers International will be back in the Champions League in the next season, stronger and better. All right, moving away from Nigeria now, let's quickly go to Europe and tell you about the things that happened to so many teams, especially with Nigerian interest. Victor Osimhen also provided another assist in, Galatasaray's win over Fenerbahce in the Turkish league, while Victor Boniface is not stopping anytime soon. He got another goal, and this time more crucial, he got it in the 93rd minute, and that was the winner for Bayer Leverkusen. Quite interesting, and some other interesting games too that we saw last weekend. In England, it was quite interesting to see the game between Manchester City and Arsenal. That was really, really, really beautiful, and it ended 2-2. We saw a dismissal. We saw everything about it, and we saw the goals. Did you see that Calafiori goal? Come on, that was quite beautiful, and of course, it's still going to be the talking points for a long time, and it's going to, we're going to see how that is going to have an impact on the title race. So many other interesting results. Chelsea are back. They are just still winning. Now they know how to win very well. Another interesting results, the London teams, they won too. And in Spain, Barcelona, they can't just stop winning. They won again, making it 6 wins in 6 games. And of course, Real Madrid, they also won, but many people are still talking about that penalty. But the rule is that once someone starts holding you from outside the box, and you don't stop till you get to the box, it becomes a penalty. And in Italy, interesting results we got over the weekend. Also in Germany, like I said earlier, not leaving out the French Ligue 1, where Moses made another assist. So let's quickly give you a graphical representation of all the results we got in the top 5 league. It's not, one of the things that many expected. Just before the game, there was a poll: who will win? That was the question, and 83% went for Anthony Joshua. They never saw Daniel Dubois getting the victory. But right from the first punch, right from the first round, the man had already done the damage, on Anthony Joshua. And soon enough, it told. And the final blow that, saw him go down, at that point, it was unstoppable. And Anthony Joshua, yet again, he failed in his bid to become a 3-time heavyweight champion. And now Anthony Joshua says, for those who are suggesting that he should just he should hang his gloves, that will not be happening now. There is a fighter. He has the Niger spirit, so he's going to fight on. Let's listen to him.
We took a shot at success and we came up short. And what does that mean now? We're going to run away? Or we're going to live to fight another day? And that's what I'm a warrior. And also, before I finish, we have to give credit to our opponent as well, Daniel.
All right, with that, we're done on Sports Road this Tuesday. As always, I want to thank you for hanging out with us. Do not forget that you can always get more sports content on NTA Sports 24, which is available for you 247 on Star Times and Free TV. Until next time I'll be on the show, just like I will always tell you, be yourself and always stay out of trouble. I'm Badi Adeleye, and I'll see you next time.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Federal Executive Council offers tax breaks to companies employing more staff. Nigerian stock market up 0.14% as focus shifts to Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee meeting today. Plus, President Biden proposes banning Chinese vehicles connected car technology from U.S. roads. The program is Business Express, reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I am Musa Abubakar, your guide. Now let's begin the program by telling you that the Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved the Economic Stabilization Bill seeking amendment of tax policies. The approval was granted during the FEC meeting presided over by President Bola Tinubu on Monday. The bills seek to amend the income tax laws, promote the export of goods and services, reform the exchange rate regime, and unlock foreign exchange liquidity. One of the bills offers tax relief to companies that generate incremental employment, while another offers personal income relief to people in private and public employment from 200,000 naira to 400,000 naira. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima is in New York ahead of the 79th United Nations General Assembly session, leading Nigeria's delegation as directed by President Bola Tinubu. Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President Stanley Okocha spoke on Nigeria's national statement to the General Assembly and other engagements.
The chief of which is the national statement of Mr. President, which will be delivered by special grace of God by the Vice President. And it's a statement that will be rich, it's a statement that will be deep, it's a statement that will be assertive, it's a statement that, that will look at the Nigerian nation and African as to some yearning aspirations, whether it's in terms of democracy, whether it's in terms of security, whether it's in terms of SDGs, whether it's in terms of climate change, but above all, it's a speech that will resonate across Africa and the rest of the world. And of course, too, the Vice President too will be engaging with some multinationals. He'll be engaging with some heads of states too, and a whole lot of side events have also been packaged for.
National Commissioner Nigeria Data Protection Vincent Olatunji has ordered a full-scale investigation into the data processing activities of Optasia, which operates in the country as near-time Nigeria after suspected non-compliant data processing, which was discovered during routine regulatory oversight of data controllers and data processors. Head Legal Enforcement and Regulation of the Commission, Babatunde Bamigboe, in a statement noted that the company deploys privacy invading technologies to process personal data for the purpose of marketing, credit scoring, and other financial solutions. The Commission enjoins data controllers that this measure will ensure accountability, strengthen data security architecture, and protect Nigeria's data sovereignty from unauthorized access and use. The Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee, which began its 297th meeting Monday, is set to announce the outcome of the meeting later in the day, this Tuesday. Meanwhile, in July 2024, the CBN had raised its monetary policy rate by 800 basis points to 26.75 today. Very good.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, beautiful. Well, we are expecting the Monetary Policy Committee meeting of the, Central Bank to brief us this afternoon, today. I don't know, but there's so much expectation as to what decision they would take regarding interest rates. What do you make of it?
I don't think that the Monetary Policy Committee is going to vote to either hike or cut interest rates. Federal Open Market Committee of the U.S. Federal Reserve voted to cut rates in the U.S. for the first time in a very long time by 50 basis points. The Bank of England follows suit, and that has given forward guidance to quite a number of central banks around the world. But the challenges that Nigeria faces are unique and are different. Food inflation in Nigeria is over 40%. Headline inflation is over 32%. Nigeria has just, revised the recommended retail price for premium motor spirits. I expect that to have an impact on inflationary buffers from October and going into the last quarter of 2024. So I think the MPC members are going to take that into consideration. Considering that you've had a 2-month slowdown in the rate of inflation increase in Nigeria after about 22 consecutive months. So I think they are going to hold the MPR at what it is currently and wait to see what happens in October of 2024 going into the last quarter of this year.
But when you look at the food prices still remains very high. And we are likely to see the increase on PMS, price of PMS impact impact on the prices of goods and services. Do you think that this particular slight decrease we are seeing in prices will actually last?
Well, energy is important. Energy is important for food prices. And have real infrastructure that makes it cheap commodities around the country. And so a lot of transportation in Nigeria is actually done through road, and the PMS comes into question. And the exchange rate also comes into question. And this is the reason why, I've always been a strong advocate for backward integration, petroleum products, and I'm an advocate for the government actually collapsing importation business of PMS into the Dangote refinery that is currently working, so that we can feel the impact of the fact that we're not incurring handling costs bringing in products into Nigeria on the market, and there's consistency of supply of the products to the Nigerian market, because you've seen the fuel queues in Nigeria, which are necessitated from all the standings that the state oil company has with international traders that usually supply PMS. So I think PMS has a direct impact. I think there should be backward integration for petroleum products. And I think that the MPC is going to watch out to see what happens in the Q4 of 2024 before they decide for the market to go monetary policy rate.
Okay, with the slight decrease in inflation that we've seen, can you attribute that or somehow connect that to the interventions that the federal government have actually made, like the suspension of import duties on food items and other particular moves to address price stability?
Well, yeah, you can use correlations between the 180 days of duty waiver certain products correlation between that. You can also at the alignment of interest cover has helped. But I've always said that top the lies with the fiscal authorities. You have to do with security. Do with energy includes oil and gas. Petroleum, because is what the gas-based industries to be able to supply power, which is also important for production and processing. And that goes into the cost of actually producing food and in Nigeria. So I think that we commend for how managed the transition.
Okay. It's now time to pause for some messages. Business Express continues after. Well, it's good to have you rejoin us. We're still talking to Mr. Kelvin Emmanuel here, who is actually, we have the conversation about the Monetary Policy Committee meeting, which will be briefing the press this afternoon. Mr. Emmanuel, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. Good morning.
Okay, beautiful. You were saying something about the issue of PMS security, or was it the federal government intervention, rather? The federal government intervention, how is it connected to the slight in drop in inflation that we've seen recently?
Well, like I was saying, the fact that there was like a 150-day waiver on quotation of certain food items, had an impact on the slowdown in inflation. However, the Monetary Policy Committee is also paying attention to the fact, like I said, that there's been an increased revision of the recommended retail price of PMS, and the fact that you don't have standard gauge rail lines that makes it easier, faster, and cheaper for you to move commodities around Nigeria. It shows the fault lines on how PMS impacts directly on the price of distribution for food, and how you're going to see like that direct impact on food prices. So the MPC is watching. Yeah, the government has to be commended in how it's managed the fact that last year central bank was almost technically insolvent and paid out the CBN forwards and helped capital to flow back. And I'd like adopt the floating exchange rate system that has led to closure of the black market premium and has provided like a forward curve for the exchange rate in Nigeria. And also encourage foreign portfolio investors to come into Nigeria. But I don't want to go deep into an area of this question that you asked me to, so I don't deviate from it. But the point is that going forward, the MPC will not be so quick to cut interest rates in line with what a lot of people are saying, because dependency on the rate for loans that were not locked in with a premium, that the fixed interest rate has gone for a lot of companies, that individuals, and people are really feeling the heat.
Okay.
You know, some of the banks, for example, you see GT Bank had fair value gains on loans that are still active of about 493 billion for the first 6 months ending June of 2024. You know, some banks also have non-performing loans that they want to write off. GT Bank is an example. You know, so the MPC will not be so quick to cut interest rate like a lot of people are advocating for, because it has a job of actually aligning inflation to interest rate curve, you know, and ensuring that the NTB stop limits and the rates in the market do not run away from the inflation level, and there's a capital flight from Naira to US denominated assets. So they are going to wait. As much as we want to commend the federal government for the steps they're taking, there's still a lot in terms of the fiscal economy they have to do, especially in oil and gas, and how that energy security powers every other sector of the economy, and also food, because you can, you know, make a correlation with gas.
Now, what do you expect from the Monetary Policy Committee? Though you talked about possibility of holding.
They will hold. They will not cut. They will not hike. They will not cut. They will hold. Most of the members, some members might vote for a cut, but more people will vote for a hold. And they will not cut. They will not cut. They will not hike. They will hold. So wait and see what happens in the Q4 of 2024.
Now, before I let you go, is the monetary policy the most effective tool in addressing the issue of price stability, considering the fact that we have a lot of monies out there that is not within the vaults of most banks?
So, you know, monetary policy is a tool, but it has its limits. Now, you can consider that over 6 trillion naira is in the Central Bank of Nigeria packed as cash reserve ratio, non-discretionary cash reserve ratio at 45%. Nigeria's CRR is one of the highest in the world. It's 30 times the global average of 10%. You know, the CRR was 14% in 2014, and 10 years later it's 45%. The banks are not earning any interest on that. The government basically used the CBN used that tool as a way to fund ways and means to finance federal government's budget deficit. You know, there isn't a lot of wiggle room that the central bank has as a tool to fight inflation and maintain price stability. The trilemma of weak exchange rate, high inflation, and high interest rate, it's really like an albatross on the economy growth. But I think on the fiscal side, the government needs to really, you know, step up. That's the way I'll put it. It needs to step up. GDP growth may be sluggish. I expect that in 2025, GDP is going to grow at anywhere between 3.4 to 3.5%. But the government really needs to step up its act in maintaining price stability and managing the macro as a tool to incentivize investors to bring in capital into Nigeria to support actual real sector growth, not the hot money we're seeing with foreign portfolio investors, because NTB stop limits are over 22%.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelvin Emmanuel. It's always a pleasure having you in the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now let's head to energy market, where oil prices rose this Tuesday on news of fresh monetary stimulus from top importer China and concerns that escalating tensions in the Middle East could hit supply from the key producing region, while a major hurricane loom over the U.S. The world's biggest crude producer, Brent crude futures were up 69 cents or 0.93% at $74.59 a barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures for November rose 74 cents to $71.11. Market analysts at the IG say with WTI has gained this morning after China moved to lower its key lending rates. The crude oil market has been looking desperately towards Chinese authorities for further easing measures to counter the economic slowdown. We'll now see how other commodities are trading on the global market. capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 56.5 trillion naira. Transcorp Nigeria recorded the highest volume of 66.8 million traded shares, followed by Fidelity Bank, Access Holdings, and MPF Microfinance Bank. With our Joy Bosade Amosu for a look at the stocks around the world this Tuesday, even as Asian stocks rose to their highest in more than 2.5 years. Hello, Bosade.
Good morning to you, Musa. Hello and welcome to the global scene. European stocks opened in positive territory this Tuesday despite economic uncertainty and concerns over Europe's growth outlook returned to the fore this week. We see DAX is unchanged, followed by CAC 40, while FTSE is up 0.36% across 8,259.71.
Well, let's now join the currency market to see how much that is changing for the currencies. Now, the U.S. Commerce Department on Monday proposed prohibiting key Chinese software and hardware in connected vehicles on American roads due to national security concerns, a move that will effectively bar Chinese cars and trucks from the U.S. market. The major automakers in years ahead to remove key Chinese software and hardware from vehicles in the United States. President Joe Biden's administration has raised concerns about data collection by connected Chinese vehicles on U.S. drivers and infrastructure, as well as transportation systems. The White House had ordered an investigation in February. Now, before we call it wrap, we are expecting that Nigeria may get World Bank's approval for 3 new loan projects of $1.5 billion this week. And of course, the outcome of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting. Be informed that all previous episodes are available on YouTube on the NTA's channel. Business Express returns tomorrow at 3 p.m. I'm Musa Bakar. Thanks for watching.
NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
is the network service of the NTA.
Integrating body, mind, and spirit, exploring the best of conventional and holistic care is our focus on today's edition of Better You Today. My name is Yetunde Jayola. Welcome on board. But before we continue, let's go on a short break.
Oftentimes, we visit the hospitals for various reasons, either for malaria treatment or general routine checkup. One of the topics everybody is discussing in recent time is the integrative medicine to improve our health and general well-being. What
These are two oxygen concentrators, and then you see we also use oxygen. That's the beginning of disease. No matter how much amount of oxygen you take, the most important thing, that oxygen must be delivered to the cell. The cell is the unit of life. So natural way of taking in oxygen. Then the second way is through what we call oxygen baths. Go ahead and sit at a higher flow rate and higher concentration. I'm sure you've used a NASA cannula before. Okay, don't worry. Welcome to IM. You do. So this is it. Go ahead and put it in. But the beauty of it, you are using it when it is not an emergency. You are using it for awareness and disease prevention. So right now, Tunde is taking oxygen through that cannula. She has decided to use what? Chlorine. And so that is the flow. And I'm telling you, for just 15 minutes on this, she has generated enough oxygen of high quality for her tissue provision to be delivered to her tissues and then her cells. Yetuna is not only just enjoying oxygen, but she's also enjoying what we call an infrared massage. So 15 minutes you're done and you're good to go. This is what we call exercise with oxygen therapy. Yetune would have burned enough calories as if she were running around for 1 hour. And because you are taking oxygen at a higher concentration and it saturates the body cells and tissues.
Wow, experience is the best teacher. And I can tell you, I have experienced it and it is worthwhile. The oxygen bath and the infrared massaging chair. Next on our lineup is a documentary on integrative medicine. Don't go anywhere, the program continues.
The concept of integrative medicine has come to stay in our society today. This is in keeping pace with what obtains in other climes such as Europe, America, and others. The philosophy of integrative medicine embodies treating thousands of people with a range of approaches that quiet the mind, soothe the body, and restore the spirit. After a careful assessment and analysis of the concerns of the prospective client, relevant therapies are suggested. That approaches are evidence-based and have been carefully and painstakingly tested for their usefulness, efficacy, and safety. To achieve holistic fitness, wellness, and well-being, a selected range of services can be adopted: acupuncture, aromatherapy, herb and supplement, exercise, activity or mindful movement, massage therapy, health and wellness coaching, lifestyle medicine consultation, stress management and resilience training, mind and nutrition consultation. Furthermore, the concept of integrative medicine is ever evolving. It is inquiry-driven and open to new paradigms, harping on the maxim, good medicine is based on good science. Of utmost importance to integrative medicine is an acknowledgement of biological variations among individuals and the need to treat case in isolation and not based on statistical averages. According to David Raquel, MD, and Andrew Well, MD, integrative medicine focuses on the least invasive, least toxic, and least costly methods to help facilitate health by integrating both allopathic and contemporary therapies. These therapies are recommended based on an understanding of the physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual aspects of the individual.
Oftentimes, we visit the hospital for various reasons, either for treatment or general routine checkup. On one of my medicine, I was so thrilled and eager to learn more about this particular topic. What exactly is integrative medicine? Come with me, let's get informed together.
When you say integrate, what are you saying? You're bringing some aspects together. Integrate means bringing together. The World Health Organization, that is WHO, has recognizes the three arms of medicine that you and I have the freedom to assess ourselves for our medical care. That is traditional medicine, or what we now call modern traditional medicine. Then you have what we call complementary and alternative medicine. Then you have orthodox or modern medicine. These three, they evolved over time, but traditional medicine had its place first in history before any of this came up. Medicine 1.0. They have all sorts of voodoos done to really attack or correct the evil spirit and this. Then we move to the second phase, where we call medicine 2.0. That is when we had the challenges of bacteria, diseases, microbes that came up. You have some of these plagues. You know, you heard about the Spanish plagues that came up. So, and that was with the advent of modern science, where the microscope was discovered. Now, some intelligent guys also developed antibiotics that will kill these bacteria, and were able to survive that period. That was the main challenge in infectious diseases. Then we came to what we call medicine 3.0. This is the current situation that we are today. Today, I am more likely, or one is more likely to die from any of these degenerative diseases than infectious diseases. We've taken care of tuberculosis and some of these bacterial diseases. However, because we have gone into the phase where it's more complicated with degenerative diseases, one is more likely to die from cancer, more likely to die heart attack, heart failure, diabetes, hypertension, or obesity. You can see that we have evolved to a point where that the problem is a lot more complicated. You cannot just solve problem with just antibiotics, where you give to bacterial disease and you clear the bacteria. Diabetes is very, very complicated. Cancer is more so. It takes about 10 years for cancer to develop and manifest to a point of clinical manifestation. So a lot of things have gone wrong. Now WHO has said, given these complexities where we've evolved over time, let us all pull together these three aspects: traditional, complementary, alternative, and modern medicine, so that we can address this problem holistically. Now, when you address this problem holistically, that is integrative medicine. Where it is necessary, you apply the arm of modern traditional medicine. Where it's necessary, you apply the arm of complementary and alternative medicine. Where it's necessary, you can apply orthodox medicine. So, with this, we're able to achieve more results, because people, anybody else, as far as you are a healthcare professional, your goal is the patient outcome. If traditional medicine is looking at getting you well, great. Use him when he is needed. If complementary and alternative medicine has its own goal to make the patient well, use him where and if necessary. Same is modern, medicine or orthodox medicine. Orthodox medicine or modern medicine, by training, it is designed for acute care, especially when you use pharmaceutical products. Pharmaceutical products act very fast. That intervention actually slows down the progression of disease. However, the business of health care is not only orthodox approach. You use orthodox to intervene the progression of the disease. Then you apply holistic approach. This side of the eye on my left is what we call wellness, or what we call health. And this side of the eye of this PC is what we call disease. Between health or wellness and disease, there is a separation. The only thing that connects them is the lifestyle. This is to say that when you embark on wrong lifestyle, the journey from wellness to disease is accelerated. You get to this disease point, faster. So we must do all things that we can first, so that we stay on wellness and preventive side. Disease is actually a process. It takes time. It's like going from Abuja to Lagos. If you are at the airport, it is easier for me to really reverse you back to Abuja. But if you have gone ahead and reached Ogbomoso or Ibadan or whatever stage you want to call it in terms of disease, stage 3 or stage 4, it takes more effort for me to bring you back to Abuja. When you're criticizing integrative medicine, it means you don't know what you're talking about. The traditional medicine that was practiced in those days, the guys were a little bit, not really, but they were really primitive. Things were not done fine. So going through the medical school, you were trained and shown to keep away from this because of obvious reasons. The efficacy of the product was not established. The dose of the product was not established, and the product was what the government would say it was not pharmacopically classified. But we have moved beyond that. Countries like China and India, traditional medicine, complementary and alternative medicine, and modern medicine are practiced hand in hand. In those climes, these people recognize and respect the strength of each of these arms, and they work together. So that is the bottom line. We are pulling these three arms of medicine together, demonstrating various aspects of integrative medicine and how it can be successfully intervened in arresting disease progression and even reversing. So there's no way you would have a T camp in the Ministry of Health. Nigeria had to respond to the WHO call that we should go in the direction of bringing these three aspects of medicine together. One of the largest bodies known as the West African College of Physicians have now adapted and incorporated integrative medicine as one of their specialties. And I'm happy that we also have the backing of the government, the federal government, that has seen the need to this based on the call by the WHO. Once the government gets to the point of understanding well and clarifying those dysfunctions, then they would be the one even to implement it. No one dies from old age. We die because as we age and as a result of our wrong lifestyle, we get disease. It is a disease that kills us. You look at that, it is called the vision and the fundamentals of disease. Biologically, we are supposed to live for 120 years. We go through the 3 scores of life. Each score is 40, 40, 40. But because of wrong lifestyle, we shorten this time. We die earlier. There are 3 key stakeholders to our health. That is one. Number one, God. God gives you life freely. Second person is you. And this is where we emphasize on lifestyle, how you take care of yourself. And the third person, the third shareholder, is health professionals. So use these 3 so that you can live a good quality of life and have a good lifespan with longevity. What we need is not more medications, but we need information, because knowledge is the best prescription. To be uninformed is to be deformed. To be informed is to be transformed.
Welcome back. And if you're just tuning in, you're watching Better You Today on NTA. Exercise is not just a physical activity. It is a powerful tool for holistic wellness with a lot of benefits. Let's see this.
Parents do. The house to keep them busy, right? And keep them working, keep them in motion. That way they can work for you always. So let's take the right hand over the shoulder, right? Stretching. Then up to 10 with the other one. Over your head. The left hand now over your head to the other side. Stretching your waist, stretching your hand, and every part of your body. Stretch on the side. Now this time you must know that your heart started pumping. That means the blood is pumping. Your body is recognizing the fact that you have begun an exercise, that you want to do something to improve your body's performance, and also impact brain health and mental ability and capability. So, this hand, you can fold them, push them forward. Push them forward. And then push them forward to the side. Push, put all your energy in this hand and push your body forward. 6, 7, 8, 10. Come forward, the right motion, right? We're going to this side again. So you're pushing out. Push it again just the same way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. What about taking it down? Like this, bring it down. Bring it down. And go come to 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring it down again to your feet. Good. Shake your hand, shake your hand, shake your leg, shake your hand, shake your hand. Okay. Nice. Taking the legs forward. Take them to the side. Okay, take them to the side. Side. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When you're in the gym, of course, wear your trainers. But if you're at home in your environment and you can tread on well-trimmed grass, you know it's safe, you know, well-trimmed, well-watered, you know, around your environment, you can walk out in your barefoot. The emphasis, the benefits of your feet touching the ground on a daily basis for long periods cannot be overemphasized. Go do the research on the benefits. But of course, we'll share it as a health tip on this segment. So, it's been fun working out without a mat. Perhaps next time we'll try using a mat. Remember, go at your own pace and do not push yourself. It's not a race. Exercise is a lifestyle. Bye for now.
Exercise to feel good and not just to look good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into integrative medicine. Remember, true wellness is not just about physical activity. It is an harmonious balance between body, mind, and spirit. Explore, discover, and embrace the power of integrative medicine for a healthier and happier you. And remember, you can watch these and previous episodes of Better You Today on our YouTube page displayed on the screen. My name remains Yetunde Jayola. Bye for now.
Nigeria is blessed with iconic wildlife. Elephants, gorillas, pangolins, and so much more. But these beautiful animals are threatened by illegal logging and poaching. And we will lose our national heritage if we don't stand up for wildlife. So please report wildlife crimes and say no to illegal bushmeat, because protecting nature protects our future.
We often do not need to point out a friend. It is obvious because of a great bond in between. But what happens when that bond is broken? The opposite is often ignited. Hate and acrimony brew. This could easily have been averted if we showed love and care ab initio. This is the story of man and man's best friend, the dog, and other pet animals. Do we deserve to be called their friends? How do we feel them? How do we feel them? Hey, all the pet owners and pet lovers, get in the house this Wednesday, 25th of September 2024, and let's have that talk about you and your pet animal, only on Conversations. Time is 9 a.m. Conversations, reaching you on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Find doctors or that are not. It's a lovely time with you again on the show, The Woman. My name is Elizabeth Abai. Now, I love to read, and a lot of times when a book involves a woman, I pay attention and read even more. And recently, I was just reading one from Claire. She was one time a U.S. ambassador, and then she said something that quite interests me. She said, a woman's best protection is a little bit of her own money. Yes. Not that you have to make all the money in the world, but if you can, that's no problem. But you need to make a little bit of your own instead of being fully dependent. And my guest today on the show will be telling us what that means in the life of the Nigerian woman, what that means in all our doings day to day.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
You're right on time. I'm about to launch my guest, who is a whole lot of things put together. But I know that, like I mentioned earlier, she is an engineer. She is a financial expert of some sort. She is an avid reader. She is a writer. She is a coach, especially for the female folk. She is known as Oluwatiminu Adepoju. And I'm going to ask straight up, why did you run from engineering to the financial world, which I know you have your bachelor's degree in? By the way, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me. I'm so glad to be here.
I heard your conversation with my friend, the radio person. I had a good laugh, and because I've had people talk about money being everywhere in Nigeria. Sometimes I argued with them, but hearing it from the female voice, I was intrigued, and I said I must have that conversation. I'm glad with all your very tight schedule you've been able to come around. But let me start first. You read engineering.
Yes, indeed.
Why are you not working with instruments and you're working with money?
Okay, so as I like to say, I have my 5 to 9 and I have my 9 to 5. So in my 5 to 9, I still do engineering, and my 9 to 5, I do other things. And I'd like to tell the audience that the world has evolved so much that you cannot afford to be doing one thing. That is one of the biggest mistakes I see people make with money. And I will drop you with this. If you think it is okay to do one thing, you need to start asking yourself, why is the richest black man in the world not in Nigeria? Why is the richest black man in the world doing cement, selling sugar, selling noodles, and now he's doing petrol? You can't afford to stay on one thing. You just can't do that.
But as a woman, I actually think I do a whole lot of things. I give birth. I take care of the children. I take care of the man. I take care of the home, and I still come to work.
I agree with you, and that's why I'm very, very passionate about women empowerment. Women, we do a lot, but we are not focused. That's what differentiates the man from the woman. If you look at the man is focused and is articulate about his goals. When I discuss with women and I ask them, what's your money goal? They are looking at me blankly. They don't even understand what that means. And I tell people that this is the best time to be alive. This is the time when children of nobodies can become somebody without necessarily knowing anybody because of the power of technology. So what am I saying as a woman? This is a time when women can earn from home, even from the comfort of their homes. And these are things that I've done with several people. I remember that I had this lady during COVID, a lot of businesses shut down and all of that. And she was saying she couldn't make money. I said, no, I don't understand what that means. There's nothing that I can't make money. It's just your mindset. And I said, look into your house. There must be something in your house you use to make money. And she calls me back after 24 hours and she's like, when you gave us that challenge, like look into your house. And I throw that challenge to everybody here. You are not unfortunate. Everybody can start with something. She looked around. She was a teacher. Schools have closed down. It was a private school, no money. And she realized that what she had was that phone she was using to communicate with me. And she had data on it. So what's that barest thing that you have? And she had good fashion sense. She knows somebody that sells clothes. She went to go and negotiate with the person, and that is how she made it through COVID without begging. Let me come down to the women at the grassroots. Mama Basira knows Mama Bingpe that sells groundnut. And we ask each other, this your hair is beautiful. Who made it? As you are saying the who made it, you are putting 1% inside it. A lot of people don't know how to monetize their talent. There's something called facilitation fee. That I introduced somebody to you. I see, as I love to say, a lot of people sleeping on a bicycle, like, and you are crying, it is not working, it is not this. I tend to be very down to the basics so that people can get it. You can't tell me you do not have a talent. God did not make a mistake when creating you. The question is, how are you using your talent? You are community gbeboro, in quotes. Everybody knows that you know news. Please, go and sharpen that talent. open a blog. Do you know how much bloggers are collecting? You already understand how to get news. But your problem is you don't just understand how to disseminate that news. Why on earth would you waste time talking and people are not paying you for it?
You can actually make money, make a living out of gossiping, right?
Instead of sitting down and constituting yourself to be community nuisance, have a blog. People now know that this blog is first to go. You want fresh news, just go there. Before you know it, people are coming to meet you for advertisement because they know that everybody is always going to your blog. So I hope that helps on multiple streams of income. I just wanted to keep it very basic so that we can relate to
All
it.
right, that's actually a good one. Beyond that, what other things, draw us back from looking in the world, coming out and making that money?
Okay, one of the things I wrote about or spoke about in my book is common money mistakes. Mindset. We were conditioned over time to think a certain way. So most women believe, keyword there being believe, that the man has to be the breadwinner. If you look at every currency, there's no currency that's gender sensitive.
I like that.
Because we believe that the man has to go out there and make the money, we shut down our thinking. We are not even looking for opportunities, and opportunities abound, which is why I'm very passionate about empowering women. Some people go like, oh, when women make money, they are arrogant. I know a lot of arrogant poor people. In fact, I think poor women are more arrogant than the rich ones. When I see the way some people insult their spouse, I'm like, what? Is it your husband you are talking to like this? And they don't have anything. Some 8-9 years ago, thereabout, I had the privilege of having, I'll use the word careless conversation. We were in church. I'm a Christian by orientation. And it was around November, and these women were complaining, oh, our husband is not giving us money for December. And I'm like, for Christmas. And I'm like, sorry, I don't get this complaint. It's Christmas and emergency. Like, if the world doesn't end in 2025, we know there's going to be Christmas, so it's not an emergency. Every year you have Christmas. Like, it's not, but we need more money, and these men just don't understand. Mindset, because you believe the man must give you money. And I'm like, okay, does he give you money every month? They said, actually he does. Does he pay the bills in the house? Actually he does. Okay. Do you think you can optimize this money in such a way that you can save money towards Christmas? And they're like, the idea makes sense. Now, remember I said it was a careless conversation. So I said, okay, and we're just about 4 talking. So I said, okay, between the 4 of us, can we pick somebody, solution mindset? You must be able to see solution in every problem, because that is where the money comes. Solution mindset, I said, okay, can we pick somebody that we are sure that over time this person has proven to have money integrity? And they said, yeah, that makes sense. From January, can we commit to saving minimum of, let's put it at a benchmark, minimum of 5,000 naira every month? They were like, oh, that makes sense. No, we can't even save more than 5,000. We can save 10,000. The rest, they say, is history. We've been doing that for the past, this year will make it 8-9 years now. And every November, the community is actually grown, it's evolved. Lots of evolution there. We've empowered businesses because there's something called a money network. The kind of people you talk to will determine how you think about money. So we consciously build money network within each other so that we don't have emergencies. The women in that group, we do not have emergencies. We've had people's business, and I'm not joking, that has 4x'd. So as some people are complaining from one government to the other, you see the problem is changing names. Once you start thinking of solutions, you start seeing the solution and the money starts coming in.
All right. This group, is it open for everybody?
It's only to women for now. We're empowering women. Men are no vex.
All right. So I've actually noticed that you have this thing about, opening up groups so that you can empower and motivate women to achieve the Glory to Glory, which you just talked about, the cooperative, and then the READ group. I want to know, what's the vision behind the READ group?
And I'm smiling when I say this. I was raised by teachers. My father was a lecturer, my mom is a teacher. And you know this popular saying that if you give, you get.
To measure the yam. Before the cat.
Yes, that. But we were raised reading. And my father used to say one thing. He used to tell me then that the only equalizer between the poor and the rich is education. He was always saying it. So when I see people complaining and complaining and complaining, then you discuss with them. This is a bit of a joke. How many books you count? How many books have you read? Then they start looking. You see some people that in the past 5 years, they've not even finished one book. And you are surprised that your life is this way. Even the life is surprised that you're expecting it to change. So I decided to form the community to help us to encourage each other. And we start small, yes. So the target is to read at least a book a month. We read the book, we review the book, we get people that, because it's not just about reading and reviewing, it's actually about the application. Whatever you know and you apply, it doesn't work. So we bring people that have applied these principles to come and speak. So these are the role models, these are the mentors, and in the past 4 years we've been running this, I've seen people's lives change tremendously.
Can I have that book?
Yes, please.
This is the one you wrote. And this is actually how I got to know you. Where is the money? That's how you captioned it. Where is the money? All right, now I'm wondering, it's amazing because you're asking me a question that I think I should be asking you, who is the money mindset coach, so to speak. Where is the money? Why did you choose this topic?
Okay, so I would refer to one of the things you said about my parents that I think are absolutely amazing. And I'm always looking like, how many teachers do you know? When you said teachers use tape ruler to measure yam. So for the people that are screaming about yam now, can you imagine? It did not start today. It did not start today. So my parents are aware because my dad was late, extremely ethical, very brilliant, but they didn't have money. So I grew up understanding what prudence was. I grew up knowing the haves and the have-nots. And most especially, growing up and interacting with more people, I noticed that, and this is a global statistics, after men have worked for all their lives, you spend your life, you wake up, you sleep, it is only less than 5% of the working class that retires rich. So that begs to ask, so you agree with me, huh? True, yeah, you see it around.
I see a lot of people who are retired and the bubbling self is no longer there. I'm not talking about your physical appearance. There is a shutdown, so to speak. And there are very few of them who retire and there's even more life. Because that's when they're sitting back to enjoy their money.
Yeah. You see a man that has labored for 35, 40, 50 years of his life, and he still does not have anything to show for it. He begs to ask, this money you were chasing, where is it? Where is the money? And I've spoken to a lot of people. There was a time I had a privilege of speaking to grandmothers, women in their 60s, and it was because of the book. And they were like, where is the money? I said, in your 60s, your 70s, we are looking for this money. So yeah, that's how I came up. I realized it's a language everybody understood. The young, the old, the middle-aged, the retired, the actively working, everybody's looking for the money. Where is the money?
So the practical thing is, this is more like tips on how to attract money to oneself.
Yes, please.
And I know that earlier on in the conversation you told me you had a 5 to 9 and a 9 to 5. Much as I may not understand the implication of that, but I'm just wondering, do they include the family? Where did you fit in your husband and your children or your daughter?
Okay, thank you. Very good question, especially for a woman, because the general mindset is if you see a man that is very busy, it's okay, like he's doing it. But when you see a woman that is busy, people go like, ha! The home front is suffering. Something is suffering for what? And if you don't have a very supportive home front, you're going to have problems. I remember when our daughter was in, I think it was from primary 3 to primary 4, thereabout. I went for their prize giving day, and I was getting bored. I get bored easily, so I was just pressing my phone, but I was listening to what they were saying, and they'll go like, best in this, call my daughter's name. Best in that, call my daughter's name. Best for me, it was business as usual, so I was just pressing the phone. Then they now went like, best behaved, called my daughter's name. Then the mother beside me went like, we don't see her, she doesn't hang around with us, yet our daughter is the one getting all the prizes. Yes. We that, there's this, all these things are just mates. Yes. We that we are full-time housewife. People will say, full-time housewife, no, I don't want my wife to do anything so that she will have time for the children. All those things are myths. You better go and check that your wife is not a full-time baby. And honestly, I'm not saying this to bring down anything. When I decided on the kind of life I wanted to live, one of the things I went to do, I tell my people, I tell my community, success leaves footprints. I went to go and look for successful women with well-brought-up children. And I went to go and start checking how they do it. And one of the things I learned from one of the women who incidentally is a TV personality, she said something about quality time. That every time, I know that the way I live my life, I don't have that plenty time. But you see that 1 hour I will spend with it's top-notch quality. So for me, it's quality over quantity. Then permits me to say this for women also, because I equally get this. So how are you able to get your husband to be this supportive? And the question I ask is, how do you marry a man and you don't know his mumu button? So it's a research.
Oh my God.
It's a research issue.
So before you marry, you must know your husband's mumu button.
It's very important to, because you will need some things and you must be able to press that button. So for me to be able to balance all of this is give and take. There's this lady in my community, and yes, she'll be listening to this, so she's hearing this. 2 years ago, we were talking, and she was like, oh, I married a wonderful man, and I really want to do more, but I don't have the earning power to do more. I see him doing everything. So please, shout out to all the men out there that are carrying the bills. We honestly appreciate you. Sure. And there are some women that want to do more. So this is for the women that want to do more. And I looked at her and I'm like, okay, can we look at how we can increase your earning? Fast forward, the world is a global place right now. Right now, she's earning in dollars from home. Because it's easy. You can be working for somebody in America, you can be working. So she's done some things for the people out of the country. So they pay her in dollars. I now reminded her, because then I asked her, how do you think your husband will feel if you give him a check of X amount? He was like, it will make him happy, we do more. I said, okay. So this year, immediately I saw she started making money, I invited her into that cooperative I told you about. Start saving, yes. Start saving for this. This is your husband's Christmas present. You will give him, even you are blushing.
Oh my God.
How will the man not treat you better? Somebody that's already done well, it would encourage him, and it shows that you are not selfish. So I give that as an example. I see some women that just think they are incredibly selfish. Another lady, and she was like, you know, when she just started the virtual assistant work, she noticed that the husband, yes, he was paying all the bills, that she just started small. So when the guy was like, oh, I want to go and fill the gas, like, I know, honey, I've done it. Then, before she knew it, the guy like, no, honey, I've done it. Then after a while, the guy was like, please, what support do you need for this work that you're doing?
This, honey, I've done it.
What support? Let me support you so that you'll be more efficient in this work. That's it.
It's good for our men to be supported, you know, just as they support the women. I mean, it takes the two hands to work well together, clean hygiene we all ask for. But then, I'd like to know, do you have real quality time with your daughter? And then when you do, what really transpires? What forms quality time for you and her?
Okay, so we do a lot of things, and I was coming equally to the child space because I see women run around doing it. Sometimes I'm like, you want to kill yourself? Yeah, no, El Shaddai, you can't do all things. You need to be able to give age-appropriate tasks to your children. I have regular conversations with my daughter. There was a time 3 years ago, I noticed my schedule was getting very tight. I get home very tired. And as usual, I approached an older woman and I said, I'm trying to balance a lot of things, but there's this particular one that is difficult, yes, because by the time I get home, I'm tired. And she looked at me and she was like, you see the way you schedule every meeting you have? You will schedule the meeting with your daughter. I'm telling you, honestly, that's what I did. So I looked at my schedule. Sundays after church, we close church between 12 and 1. 1 to 5, non-negotiable. Husband, dearest, I love you very much, but this is mother and daughter time. And we time out. And one of the things we do is that we go swimming. Inside swim, there is no phone. We are forced to bond with each other. We are forced to discuss with each other. The first 2 Sundays we tried it, we Coral Dome. Everybody's face was like this. When we got home, I'm like, what? I know. Because we must know how to quarrel and make up. Yes. But however, what I was equally passing across, because I see that a lot too, is we don't know how to enjoy money. You work. Your children will come, there's still no money. One of the things I spoke about in this book, and permit me to share it right now that we're talking about children, is when I started moving on my financial literacy journey, I felt like a bad mother. Not that I knew I was a bad mother. Because the problem is, we respond to the loudest noise. Once we hear, hey, you turn. And women, we are extremely emotional. And I will give you this money tip. We don't track our expenses. So money just comes in and you are just giving it. At the end of the day, it's like there's a spirit that joined you in spending the money. Mm-hmm. So the first thing I tell people is track your expenses. See where your expenses is going. My sister, when I tracked my expenses for 3 months, I said, you're a bad mother. It's good to give, but you don't give yourself away to irrelevance. When I saw the amount I was giving on the urgent 2K, urgent 3K, and my immediate family will come, honestly, I do not have. I started doing what was called budgets. And I didn't realize how much damage I was doing, and I'm glad I was able to have chance to control the damage. The first time, I now say, see, I work very hard. I'm hardly around like other people, so you must enjoy the perks of this money. So I told her, yeah, let's go shopping. This is you shopping, and we got there. You know the African mother, before now, we've arranged, this one is locked. I said, pick anything you want. She picked small. I said, no. And I said, Mommy, do we have money? This is chocolate. I said,
Mommy, are you sure you can pay for this?
And what what we are actually selling to those children is scarcity mentality. And because I'm not saying spoil your children, but there's balance. And one of the things I tell people is, how many rich people do you know that don't go on vacation? It's poor people that never do.
It's an honor to have you in the studio. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me. The pleasure is all mine.
Our guest has been Engineer Oluwatuniminu Adepoju. She is a trained engineer and practicing. She is a trained financial literacy expert and practicing. She is a mother. She is a wife. She is a sister, and very lovingly, she is a philanthropist. One who not only gives material things, but also gives what she has upstairs as intelligence. She is anxious to see that women get total freedom to ensure that they live the life they desire to live. Next week, we'll bring another exciting guests. My name is Elizabeth. Whatever you do, please be on the move. Don't be stagnant, because that's the only way money will come.
Takes it, tucks it, buries it! From the football prowess of Kano Umakwo to the track dominance of Blessing Okagbari, Nigerian athletes continue to excel. Chioma Ajunwa, the first Nigerian woman to win an Olympic gold medal.
On the pressure from the rest and trying to come back, and Amuzan taking it. Amuzan, well, getting consolation there.
Join us as we witness the determination, resilience and passion.
No, it goes in. Scoofet unlucky, but it's that old combination from last season.
This is the most outstanding, the best women football player on the African continent. Asisat Oshuala.
Great ball, Musa!
Cheer on our sporting heroes as we celebrate their remarkable achievements on the global stage.
Running by Victor Moses, and the finish, well, speaks for itself. Wonderful strike, and Nigeria lead by a goal to nil. Musa went for the hits the...
This is the news update at 11 on NTA News 24. My name is Frama Panyi. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved the constitution of a committee to pioneer the takeoff of the National Relief Fund aimed at catering for victims of disaster in the country. This came as one of the decisions taken at the Council's meeting this Monday.
After Mr. President's visit, he also approved the immediate release from the National Strategic Reserve of 100 trailers of rice, 50 trailers of maize, 30 trailers of sorghum, and 20 trailers of millet. And that's in the process of delivery. Half of it has already been delivered, and the delivery is ongoing.
Meanwhile, Ministry of Information and National Orientation is set to begin a nationwide program to revitalize the core national values of the country that are currently facing decadence. This follows approvals just granted to the ministry by the Federal Executive Council. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, who announced the approvals after the meeting of the Council, says it will enable the ministry and agencies to begin measures to strengthen the core national values across the primary and secondary schools, institution of the National Value Charter, as well as the standardization of national symbols.
Yet will be established not just in primary schools, in secondary schools across this country. Now, this will also help to create the ambassadors of Nigerian values that this country seeks to have.
And The Organization of African First Ladies for Development, OFLAD, has taken its campaign for inclusive education to the global stage, where it called for African governments to commit towards universal school meals coverage. This was at a roundtable lunch hosted by Rockefeller Foundation and OFLAD on the margins of the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu signed the call to action alongside other members of the OFLAD, affirming the country's readiness to promote an enrollment with school feeding.
It declared a state of emergency on agriculture, food security. We have to make sure that we're able to grow some food. So with that, the school feeding in Nigeria is being reviewed.
And that's the update at this time. Join us at 1 for more news. My name is Frama Panyi.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hello and welcome to Insights, everyone. I'm Nnamdi Odipo.
And I'm Elizabeth Omori. Thank you for joining us on the program, and nice to have you back on the program as well, Nnamdi.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's good to be back. And yes, another week, another opportunity to get insights into critical issues that particularly impacts Nigeria. For this episode, we would review China-Africa cooperation, however, with focus on Sino-Nigeria relations. This is against the background of President Tinubu's recent visit to the People's Republic of China and the 2024 Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which ended with emphasis on shared prosperity between both continents. Well, that segment will be coming to you via a special production between the NTA and CGTN, the Chinese state-owned English international TV station. Elizabeth?
Well, our next conversation will center on NEMA's recent flood alert to states in the central and southern axis of the country and what the responses are so far. And of course, we will not be ignoring the direct consequences of flooding in parts of the northern axis.
Very well then. Let's kickstart the program.
Whatever the issues are,
the National Assembly is constitutionally empowered to scrutinize,
however complex or intricate.
We have involved all the academia, the members of the academia. We have involved the academies.
Be it government policies or in fact any issue of public concern.
Our job is to help you gain clarity and make sense of it all.
This is not really healthy for our democracy.
There's a lot of grievance in terms of who has been in power longest and who becomes the governor of the state.
It's also in the quality of food being consumed.
After all, perception is insight.
And gaining understanding is also getting insight.
Now, China-Africa cooperation has grown in leaps and bounds over the years, with both continents consolidating the gains for shared prosperity. A country like Nigeria particularly feels working with China is mutually beneficial, apparently informing President Bola Tinubu's recent diplomatic visit to that country in the days leading to the 2024 FOCA. Earlier, I promoted the NTA CGTN special production. It is essentially a joint program on China-Africa cooperation using China-Nigeria relations as our peg. I'm excited to bring you that program, which, by the way, already aired on the CTGN platform and now premieres on Insight here on the NTA. Hope you enjoy.
Hello and welcome to a special program on China and Nigeria ties, jointly brought to you by CGTN, China Global Television Network, and NTA, the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm Liu Xin, joining you from Beijing. I'm excited to be co-hosting this show with my colleague Nnamdi Odipo in Nigeria. And hello, Nnamdi. And the timing is perfect, as the two countries have just signed an MOU on media cooperation at the national level. So, Nnamdi, welcome.
Hello, Liu Xin. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this special program. I'm Nnamdi Odipo, host of Insight on the NTA, Nigeria's national television and Africa's largest TV network. I'm joining you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital, and I'm excited to be joined by Liu Xin from Beijing.
Same here, same here. Now, the much-anticipated 2024 summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation was held in Beijing this week, and leaders from 53 African countries, including Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, the African Union and international organizations converged on the Chinese capital to take stock of their past cooperation and map out the future. Now, in this special program, we'll dive deep into this dynamic relationship through the lens of one of the largest economies and the most populous country on the continent, Nigeria, with whom China has just upgraded its relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. So we'll look at, from both Chinese and Nigerian perspectives, the progress, drivers, impacts, and the potential for the future.
Indeed, Xin, that sounds quite exciting and particularly important as well, seeing how Nigeria, as indeed many African economies, are still recovering from the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And also knowing that the China-Africa cooperation has engendered positive growth in the continent. I figured this is a good place to reiterate the idea and ideal of the Forum on China-Africa cooperation, which centers on shifting relations between China and Africa, essentially from aid to trade. Now we're joined by two distinguished speakers who specialize in China-Africa relations. On my side, joining us from Abuja is Charles Ononiju, Director, Center for Chinese Studies in Nigeria.
On my side, joining us from Jinhua, southern China's Zhejiang province, is Professor Zhang Qiaowen, Vice Dean of the Institute of African Studies at Zhejiang Normal University. Welcome, Professor Zhang. So, Nnamdi, without much ado, let's begin the conversation. Now, I want to pose this very first question to Charles, and this program couldn't have come at a better moment because China and Nigeria, the presidents of the two countries, have just held a very important meeting, and they issued a statement on the elevated partnership between the two countries, which is a comprehensive strategic partnership at this moment. It focuses on 4 areas, namely strategic mutual trust, development cooperation, security, and mutual learning. What impressed me, Charles, please allow me to read out these 2 important sentences from the statement, is that this relationship is not just about China and Nigeria. It says the two presidents agreed that both countries stood at a new historical starting point as significant representatives of major developing countries and emerging economies. Their strengthened strategic cooperation will prepare a new dynamic for China-Africa relationship in the new era and lead the global south to march together. How do you read these sentences? How significant is this elevated relationship?
Yeah, thank you, Lucien. This is very important for the two countries. Like you know, they've had traditional friendship, have had quite stable and important relationship for the past 50 years since the established diplomatic relation. But like you said, this is a new historic starting point in the sense that the world is considerably changed and the opportunities and challenges are quite huge. And it is only important that two important countries who are leaders, not only in their respective regions, but also have very strong and respected voice on the global stage to work together. I think the comprehensive strategic cooperation moves a notch further the previous strategic relationship between the two sides. If you remember, China declared Nigeria a strategic partner in 2005, just 3 countries out of Africa. And for me, the new relation that has been upgraded to comprehensive strategic is not just empty rhetorics. It means the two countries will engage more closely, will consult more closely, and will take more responsibility, not only in their own respective countries and their citizens, but also assume responsibility to articulate and provide framework for presenting the viewpoint of the global South. So for Nigeria and China to play this important pivotal role in accelerating the construction of a community of shared future of humanity simply places them in a very historic position to drive the momentum, because the trend of world history, the trend of the global stage is greater synergy. You know, despite the destruction, despite power politics, despite the practice of hegemonism, the aspiration of all people, including our friends from the North, is better life for all.
Yeah.
It is important that China and Nigeria is declaring their readiness to pivot this new initiative to build a community of shared future for humanity. So I think it is not empty rhetoric. It is rooted in history. It is rooted in the emerging trend. It is rooted in the evolving trajectories of contemporary international situations.
Professor Jan, Charles here has just talked about the imperatives for engagement. I am wondering what your thoughts are on some of the gains, being made between these two giants, as it were, the Asian giants and the African giant. Do you think these gains are eroding concerns often expressed by critics of Chinese death trap diplomacy? Would you say the gains are steadily reinforcing the idea that China-Africa cooperation, just as we've seen with China-Nigeria, is indeed mutually beneficial and a balance sheet of cost and benefit?
Okay, thank you for having me. It's very exciting, firstly, to see the heads of China and Nigeria have announced the elevation of China-Nigeria relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership during this visit. And we know under the framework of FOCAC, the two countries have jointly implemented numerous strategic cooperation projects in recent years. And during this visit, China and Nigeria also signed several bilateral cooperation documents in areas such as like the Belt and Road Cooperation and peanut exports to China, and also mentioned like the new medians. So I think it is expected that China and Nigeria will further expand the cooperation, like in agriculture, manufacturing, energy, infrastructure, and other sectors. And currently, we also know like China continues to deepen reforms and also promote modernization. And Nigeria, along with many other African countries, they are also introduced the policies to advance the industrialization. So I think the outcomes of this visit will support the mobilization efforts of both Nigeria and China. And you also mentioned like the data trip. So I think the best way to break the stigma of a so-called data trip is by letting the fact speaks for themselves. So China's infrastructure projects have visibly contributed to the economic development of African countries and also facilitated the smooth functioning of the African continental free trade areas across the region. And also some leaders from African countries have speak out on the various occasions to clarify the dictatorship narratives and also defend China's role. Yeah.
So indeed, President Tinubu and his entourage during this trip has not just signed a strategic mutual trust agreement with the Chinese leadership, but he also visited many Chinese companies, especially the big ones in high tech and in construction, for instance, Huawei and the Chinese company building, green transportation infrastructure. And he's particularly interested in green technology. He actually is trying to secure some kind of investment from Huawei to build a new energy joint venture in Nigeria. So, Charles, this does not seem to coincide or square well with what we are reading in some of the mainstream international press, which really accuse China of dumping so-called overcapacity in green technology. What exactly is the situation on the ground? Why is President Tinubu seeking out green technology from China?
The story is about overcapacity, which is the main trend, like many others we've heard, because injecting fallacies in China-African cooperation has become the traditional preoccupation of some certain Western media. But the fact remains that these areas of cooperation quite aligns with the interests and the views of and our developmental stage, where we would want to leapfrog some of the hazards associated with traditional development paradigms. We want to avoid that. That is the lesson of history. Avoid the mistake of others. And in this respect, we have a very important partner, both willing and able to support Africa, Nigeria in transiting this. And I think is welcome. President Tinubu has reasonable experience in working with China. While he was the governor of Lagos State, the most industrialized state in Nigeria, he worked with Chinese companies to build the most remarkable industrial hub, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, which still remains Nigeria's most vibrant industrial hub. So he understands in that China-Nigeria relation is focused on deliverables, is pragmatic and focused on delivering tangibles. He has experience in this regard. So I have no doubt that he will bring his past experience as a governor of a state to bear in his presidency. And I think he genuinely understands the opportunities of China, the historic opportunity of China to support Africa and support Nigeria in building relevant aggregates for sustainable and inclusive national development. Green technology is the game, is the intent, is the property to harmonize development with nature, is the call of the times, is the trend of the times. Those who ignore it will have nature taking a revenge, and you could see terrible reversal of whatever gains you may have made in development. So green technology is the clear way to go, and that China has considerable capacity in doing this, and not only capacity, willingness and ability to support Nigeria and other African countries is only an opportunity that is worth seizing. And I think Nigerian leadership understand that this is a historic moment to align Nigerian development with less carbon and green technology. So they talk like every other thing. We've seen fallacies in China. African cooperation is not new, debt trap, this overcapacity. Some even speak about the peak China. Some even speak about revisionist China. Yeah, these are you see.
Very imaginative, very imaginative.
See, this preoccupation is destruction, and I think the two sides can work away. But it's important that China-African relation is receiving tremendous attention. It is putting Africa in the spotlight, because previously the issue of Africa is only talked by football stars, film stars. Senior officials in the West do not bother themselves about Africa. But it's interesting that recently there's no department in any Western foreign ministry that doesn't have a department focusing on Africa and China. For me, this is very interesting that Africa and China is on the spotlight. And I think the most important thing is to understand our priority, focus on it, and advance on it, not only for the betterment of China and Africa, but betterment of the global community, playing their roles, like we have just earlier discussed, about the very important pivotal role of China, Africa, China, Nigeria.
Professor Jan, we've listened to Charles yet again, and it's apparent that, of course, we know Nigeria is China's biggest partner in West Africa, one of its biggest partners within the continent, I should say. I'd like for us to take a cue from that. I mean, this seeming cordial, business trade, social-cultural relations that spans 5 decades now, I should say. But, taking a cue from that, does it seem, and of course, again, in light of some of the new collaborations that was seen between China and Nigeria, does it seem like, the African continent, is crystal clear on utilizing this cooperation in a manner that not only grows, national capital within their countries, but, helps to improve quality production capacity within the continent, rather than having to always depend on Chinese expatriates?
Okay, thank you. First, I want to say, I think the issue of capacity, firstly, must be understood in the context of economic globalization. You need to consider the reality of the global division of labor and also the international markets. So which I think is primarily driven by the market force. And for example, you also mentioned like the case, the green technology, and in case like of the green technology or the new energy, the global situation actually indicates it's not overcapacity, but a shortage. So at the same time, we say like in China-Africa corporations, we always say teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. So in the current China-Africa production capacity cooperation, the transfer of Chinese technology to Africa countries to enhance the capabilities is also a key component. So the aim is to elevate the position of African countries with the global value chain. So in China, we also say to get rich, build roads first. So the infrastructure projects like China has undertaken in Africa has provided the capacity for Africa to absorb the investment, and the spillover effects of the infrastructure development has made it possible for Africa to achieve the high quality production capacity. Yeah.
Professor Zhang, if I may follow up there, because you made the trip to Nigeria. You're luckier than I am. I have never been. I wish to go. What are some of the personal personal experiences that you've had in order to see the impact of China's engagement with Africans? What is one story you can share with us, very briefly?
Okay, yeah. So last year, I visited Nigeria and I went to Ibadan. So I think it's called as a brown roof. So it's the city of brown roof, right? City of brown
that's
roof.
correct.
So, yes, and I also visit Abuja. In Abuja, we held the Abuja Forums. We collaborate with the Gushao Institute. So in Nigeria, I do this visit, and now in my mind, I think Nigeria is a very vibrant and a very dynamic country. Why? Especially I feel or I just experience we call it fintech, or maybe it's electronic payments, right? It's very fast and it's very convenient. So I also see the development of the technology in Nigeria. Yeah, this is my experience.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I'm looking forward to experiencing that in the future. But to Charles, allow me to answer this question. And Charles, please keep it relatively short. So we have been talking about signature infrastructure projects such as the Lekki Depot. I understand we also have the Abuja Metro Line and the Abuja Kaduna Railway. And just now, Professor Zhang talked about e-commerce, e-payment. I don't know the involvement of Chinese companies there, but what have been the impact of the projects that have been been the fruit of collaboration with China on the local people? How has that helped with Nigeria's dynamic economy?
Well, in straight language, it's game-changing in the sense that this has boosted, of course, travel. It has cut down time of doing business. I remember recently the 222-kilometer Abuja Kefi Akwanga Makodi Road, which was built by a Chinese company under the corporation of BRI, was inaugurated. A whole lot of people using the road were spoken to. They spoke about time reduction, about from almost 10 hours to about 3 hours now. They spoke about reduction in the cost of doing business, freighting. This is very important. For the Lekki Deep Seaport, like you know, is generating revenue of nearly $200 billion in royalties to several tiers of government, central, regional, and local governments, and also engaging a lot of young people. So these are really, really life-changing, is game-changing for Nigeria. But like I always said, infrastructure should be accompanied with relevant policy incentives to drive more vigorous economic activity. The question is, what does it enable? That comes within the domain of policy originality, policy initiative that takes into account your specific national reality. In Abuja, we have the city rail. In Lagos already, you have the Lekki Deep Seaport, Nigerian first ever deep seaport for that matter. And these are all done within a record time and under the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative. So in terms of concrete and deliverables, Nigeria and China cooperation are on the cusp of new historical turning point. And I see greater opportunities ahead of the two countries if they continue to work together.
Professor Zhang, it's clear that Nigeria has particularly witnessed, enhanced trade and positive developments in Chinese FDIs into the country over the last decades, especially. In terms of policy, like Charles alluded to earlier, how much of what we're seeing, how much of the progress that we're seeing currently can be attributed to Nigeria's current easy-to-assess policy environment and incentives instituted to attract, business and investments from China?
Nigeria is a very dynamic country. It's already attracting to a large number of foreign investors. So which I think is definitely highly related with the ongoing efforts of Nigeria to create a favorable business environment. But as far as I know, and also I visited the Lekki Free Trade Zone at that time in Nigeria. We know now Nigeria is a creation of special economic zone and the free trade zones across the country. So the Lekki Free Trade Zone, I think, is one of them. This is in Lagos, right? And it has facilitated, I think, the greater Chinese investor there. So the zones, as far as I know, it's offer the benefits like tax exemption, like customer duty waivers, and also provision of essential infrastructure, and also reduce the operational cost for the Chinese investors in industry, like such as manufacturing, logistics, and technology. And also I noticed that last year, we have the joint statement between China and Nigeria. They signed during this visit also mentioned like create a favorable business environment for each other companies. So I think with the improved business environment, there will definitely more investors from China to Nigeria and from Nigeria to China.
Charles, let me ask you this question, because Nigeria is a very important country. Obviously, there are many stakeholders. There are a lot of pushes from different parts of the world to try to invest in Nigeria, given its size, given its population, the youth of its population, and its geographical strategic importance. However, is there a difference, whether in approach or outlook or motivation, between China's commitment and investment in Nigeria and Western countries' practices there?
Well, even the conservative London Economist magazine has once called China Nigerian boldest investor. So even there is no doubt that China has been quite bold in investing in Nigeria. Of course, Nigeria is open for investment. Nigeria, before President Tinubu came to China, to Beijing, he's been to quite a number of Western countries, United States, he's been to France, he's been to several countries asking for investment. And yes, I think to a certain degree, nothing serious has happened from these areas. And it is interesting that Chinese investors, Chinese businesses, companies have been stable here through thick and thin. Nigerian business environment is not the best in the world, one must point out. There are, of course, challenges, a lot of challenges. But then I can assure you, and we can, from clear evidence, from practice, that Chinese investors and companies have been the most resilient in terms of engaging and coping with Nigerian investment environment. And the difference in terms is we have Chinese companies investing in real sector that generate jobs. They're not portfolio investors. These are concrete, practical investments that brings job, that transfers technology, that brings about collaboration. That is the distinct feature, the distinct characteristics of Chinese investment. They are basically something tangible people can feel, and they engage our people in various sectors. So for me, it is not a question of the West. Or we would want the West, of course. Everybody, Nigeria is open for business. But unfortunately, we haven't seen much coming from the West, despite promises. Nigeria is looking forward to have Western company, Western capital investing in Nigeria concretely. But so far, what we have on the ground and what is making very remarkable impact in turning around Nigerian economy is Chinese companies who have been here through thick and thin.
Thank you so much to all my guests, Professor Zhang Qiaowen joining us from China and Professor Charles Onu-Naiju joining us from Abuja. It's a great pleasure, Namdi, to have been doing this co-host show with you.
Many thanks to you, Liu Xin, and of course, Professor Zhang Qiaowen from the Institute of African Studies in Zhejiang Normal University. It's been a wonderful experience for me as well. I hope to do this again in the future. For now, it's goodbye.
Absolutely. See you.
You will be seeing more of such special programs here on the NTA, jointly produced with our Chinese partners going forward. Now to our next conversation on flooding and mitigative measures in place in some of the states projected to be severely affected in the days and weeks ahead. Let me start by bringing you a story by one of our reporters in Lokoja, Kogi State, Jonathan Omajali. It's titled A City on Edge. That story will serve as a teaser and set the mood for our next conversation with my panel, of course. Let's see that story.
On the streets of Adankulu in Lokoja, a group of cheerful boys caught my eyes as they enjoy the last days of their long holiday. carefree and full of life. Meanwhile, their sisters preferred the tranquility by the riverbank. The children all seemed happy, untroubled by what the future might bring. However, the older ones like Ruth Jethro are on edge as warnings of impending floods grow louder each day. It seems like just yesterday in 2022 when her home and many others in Adankulu were swept away by the devastating flood. The memory of that disaster still lingers, casting a shadow over Adankulu and other flood-prone areas in Lokoja.
I lose many things. There is too flat here. It collapsed. There is many things that we put in this kitchen. The kitchen even fall, and the whole thing go. Animal, power and goat. The water just flushed them go.
For farmers like Yunusa Mohammed and his household, life becomes incredibly challenging whenever there is flooding in the state.
Our maize, the cassavas, all our crop, the flood affected.
In recent days, the water level has risen alarmingly. Over 500 communities across 11 local government areas in Kogi State are at the risk of being affected by the floods.
We've been following up with the water level being given to us every day by NIWA. As of today, wow, it's an alarming 7.6. So, and the danger point starts from 8.
We should not just hope that it will not come, totality. You understand? We should be making a way from now.
The executive governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmad Usman Ododo, has approved that we open up 42 IDP camps.
In 2022, the tragic incident of a boat mishap further compounded the devastation caused by the flood. The National Inland Waterways Authority is determined to avoid a repeat of such risk.
And it is also the responsibilities of those who will use waterway to also have their own personal life jacket, especially when you are using it. So we are on the water to ensure absolute compliance.
For now, Lokoja and many other parts of Kogi State consider themselves fortunate to be free from flooding. Even the children of Adankulu can play in the street and enjoy the view of the river during their leisure time. However, if the warnings from NIMET are accurate, the days ahead may present challenges that will require humanitarian interventions.
How do I say this? I mean, it's almost like knowing what's to come. I mean, when they say an harbinger of what's to come, and feeling helpless about the entire situation. Indeed, troubling times ahead. Now to my panel, all incidentally, all colleagues of mine and trusted NTA reporters in their own rights. I have Jonathan Omajali here with us. He joins us via Zoom from Lokoja, Kogi State. Yusuf Jika is in Yola, Adamawa State. Is there at the far right. Adamawa, of course, is one of the frequently flood inundated states in northern axis of Nigeria. And I mean, gentlemen, welcome to the program. Of course, I also do have a lady on our panel, Ebi Mini Zitimi Yola. She's the only lady on this panel. She joins us. She's also our correspondent. She joins us from Yonogwa, there in Bayelsa State. Gentlemen, lady, thanks for joining me on Inside. I'd like to get straight into it, but then I think it's best we start with Jonathan. So I'd rather we just I'll ask the director to link me up with Jonathan there. I must confess that seeing your story, a city on edge, it was fascinating. But then it seemed morbid as well. Like I said earlier, it's almost about knowing what is coming and yet feeling helpless and indecisive as to what to do. When you look at it that way, how much fault would you ascribe to government and how much would you say is the fault of the people themselves in terms of not being ready, of not being proactive, in particularly avoiding loss of lives, since we all know that the rains are already here and are coming, and that the water levels would increase and rise, and that the floods would eventually come. Jonathan.
This is a city on edge.
and also having the foreknowledge of what is going to come. Of course, when it comes to the issue of natural disaster, you can't be 100% ready. And so, with all fairness to the government, I think they've been up and doing in terms of trying to prepare for what is ahead. I spoke with the SEMA Executive Secretary, and just to know what the government is doing. And of course, quite impressive. We have about 512 communities that are likely to face or experience flooding this year in Kogi State. You can't have that number and not be proactive. From what he told me, he said they've gone around the 512 communities to sensitize the traditional rulers, sensitize the people in the community, all those in areas that are likely to be affected by flooding. They've been talking to them, telling them what to do so that they can just prepare. Those that have to move before the flood can just move and all of that. Aside that, we have jingles that are also on radio, sensitizing people and all sorts of enlightenment.
Are this sensitization actually having an impact in terms of, Jonathan, sorry, I was asking, I just want to do this real quick. In terms of impact, gauging impact from what you have observed over the years, because truth be told, this isn't the first time that we're having these experiences. This isn't the first time that government will go about communities, sensitizing them. But then, do people take heed of what government is saying? Do they take these advices and these alerts, and then do they move from areas that are flood prone, for instance?
Yes, much as the people really want to move, I think they are really constrained because here's a government telling people, live where you are, move to a more safer ground. And the question they often ask is, all right, when we leave this place, where do we go to? Yes, we have the IDP camps, but we are not talking of some sort of five-star hotels where they are going to really have a good time. You know,
well,
so
I get that, Jonathan.
many of them,
in emergency situations, you wouldn't expect five. No, I get what you mean, Jonathan. Emergency situations, no one expects a five-star treatment. But Jonathan, if you just hold on a bit, I would like to cross over to Yusuf. Just hold on a bit. Yusuf, I am looking at the long list of local government areas often or severely impacted by flood in Adamawa State, there where you are. I'm sure you're familiar with some of these areas. I hear about Mubi, Shilang, Demsa, Noma, Sang, Wari, and Waro, Wuro, I'm sure, or something. I mean, there are a whole lot of them. There's a whole lot of list that I have here, actually, a couple of local governments. You know, what have you observed with respect to, you know, especially how, you know, these settlers and residents are taking them as advice, you know, for likely to be affected areas to, you know, to clear blocked drainages, perhaps construct temporary flood barriers, and possibly evacuate from flood plains to higher, safer ground?
Thank you very much, Namni. I heard you mentioning Wuro, is Wuro Ngayani in Madagali local government area. We have some second local governments here in Adamawa State that have so far have been affected by this flood. We have Madagali, we have Michika, we have Mubi, Yola North, Yola South, Demsa, and Numan local government areas. All these local governments have so far been affected by the state is located on the plain of Mandara Mountains, and also Lado Dam is not far from Adamawa State. It's just some kilometers away from here. So whenever the water level is high in the Lado Dam, so Adamawa is the first port of call of these damages that are normally being occurred by the flood. Yes, NEMA has wrote some that need to be taken by these communities. Yeah, the Adamawa State government has also taken it upon itself, and we've seen action. We've seen practical steps by the officials of the government, whereby they've been going to these communities and enlightening them some of the dangers that is being associated with this flood and what they need to do in order to avert from this impending crisis. We have seen efforts. Over 2,400 households have been affected by floods so far, and about 18,000 people have been displaced. We have recorded 8 persons being killed as a result of this flood. And so far, there are a lot of measures being taken by the government in addressing some of these floods. Here in Saminaka, in Yola North local government, Yola South local government area, we've seen government constructed water storm drainages. These drainages is massive. Even in the college, federal government college girls, FGGC Yola, we've seen the intervention project there. The government have done a lot of projects there, because that place is no-go area once it rains, especially during flood periods. Because the majority of those residing at those places are low-level, low-class earners. So they've been faced with this crisis year in, year out. And we've seen intervention, or there are also steps at the rivers. We've seen the commissioners, we've seen the permanent secretaries, government officials going on radio by radio, station by station to sensitize people. But you know, here we have people that are so attached to their environment. They have this ancestral belief that for me to leave my area is a very hard task. So you are dealing with the people that have already existing belief that this area is belong to them, and for them to leave those places is a very hard task. So government is trying to see that the people have evacuated from these places to safer grounds. And on the other side, there are a lot of interventions being made by government and spirited individuals for those people that have already been displaced. We've seen practical efforts. We've seen governments meeting those displaced persons. They have provided them with relief materials. We have provided.
Yusuf, if you can hear me, we seem to be having some challenges with your signal. It's glitching, but then, of course, I think the message has been delivered there. You referenced just about the same, some of the same issues, I beg your pardon, that Jonathan talked about earlier. I was particularly intrigued when you talked about, you know, the ancestral hold that, you know, that these communities have over, you know, some of these settlers and their refusal to leave. Let me cross over to AB real quick in Bayelsa there. AB, if she's on, you know, Bayelsa State virtually has the bulk of riverine communities lying downstream of River Niger, Forcados, and, you know, it also has the Atlantic Ocean bordering it to the south. That is perhaps, or rather, that is clearly why it is often susceptible to rising water levels and prone to flooding. How effective are some of, you know, these common techniques used, you know, for flood control, like installation of rock beams, you know, rock ripraps and then sandbags, you know, and again, when and what do you glean from settlers when they are told or encouraged to live where, you know, they have that are flood prone to perhaps move to slopes with, you know, with vegetations and higher ground? What do you get? What are the feelers that you get when you encounter these experiences?
Okay, thank you so very much. You know, the issue of construction of dikes, none is being constructed, but the state government has taken into cognizance other measures towards ensuring flood mitigation. But the issue of the indigents to leave their communities and move to higher ground is a challenge, because nobody wants to leave his comfort zone and move to where you don't know where you're going to. But in as much as that has created issues, the Bayelsa State government, through the Directorate of Flood and Erosion Control, has already commenced the opening of canals and other water causeways to allow for free flow of water. Another thing they've taken into action is the collaboration with local governments towards ensuring that we have more higher grounds because of the experience the state had in the 2012 and 2022 flood, where the few relief camps were overwhelmed. So from 8 relief camps, the state is considering having 32 relief camps for flood victims this year. Another thing that they've taken into cognizance is the issue of adhering to town planning standards, procedures in the state, so that the floodplains will be open for water to pass through. And Bayelsa is a coastal state, and because of that, marine transportation is one means of transportation system we have in the state. And as we look at the rising water level and the recent boat mishap that claimed lives in southern Bayelsa State, the state government has reinforced the ban of night travels and the compulsory use of life vests while traveling on the waterways and other safety procedures that have been put in place. Towards ensuring compliance, the state government has called on the Maritime Union, the Nigerian Navy, and Marine Police to ensure that compliance is total. These are some of the mitigation and measures being put in place by the Bayelsa State government.
Thank you, AB, for that intervention. Ladies, gentlemen, I think we're totally out of time. My director has just informed me that we may have overshot our allotted time. But very quickly, and in rounding off our conversation, I think I would end a parting shot basically from you, AB, there in Bayelsa. I mean, what's considering the state of mind of residents and settlers there in some of these coastal riverine communities that you've talked about, their state of mind and considering what is to come or what is already here, as it were. What's the ambience like, and what is the ambience like, and can you give us a sense of how things are likely to be in the coming days as the floods approach? Very quickly, 60 seconds.
Yes. Considering the harrowing experience of the 2022 floods, the people are apprehensive, but they are helpless. So they are looking up to relevant authorities to do the needful. Because as for now, there are nothing visible on ground concerning collaborations with NEMA and the Bayelsa State government. Though from our interactions, we understand that discussions are ongoing. But the people want these discussions to be put into place. That's the reality towards ensuring that the flood is mitigated should it occur. They want the discussions to go beyond the meetings, the deliberations, the press releases, and all that. They want to see proactive and practical measures being put in place so that the flood be mitigated while they look forward to maybe palliatives that will be sent to them.
Great. So we want real action in terms of relief. Yusuf, is that perhaps the same thing that they want there in Yola, in Adamawa State, as it is? Can you give us an idea of their state of mind?
Yeah, recently there is a high-powered committee that was organized, including the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, Ministry of Health and Human Services, Ministry of Reconstruction, Reintegration and Humanitarian, and also State Emergency Management Agencies. All these all these ministries have come together to work out a template that how they can come in case there is any eventuality of flood in any of the location of the state. And for the SEMA is to provide the immediate relief materials in case it happens. For the Ministry of Health, it organizes all the medical services that is being required, because flood normally comes with some epidemics. So there is all this, there is organized team working to ensure that In case of there is any float here in Adamawa State, it has been contained in an amicable manner that cannot affect people the most. And also, the state government has reintroduced the monthly sanitation. That system, that exercise has long been abolished here in the state. But recently,
so it's back.
Governor Ahmadu Umaru
And it would help with the clearing of...
and it has been going on in all the 21 local government areas.
Fantastic.
There is also a court, mobile court that is being attached to the committees that are going out to ensure that the exercise
offenders
is being enforced.
Thank you so much, Yusuf.
There are a lot of things that
thank
even
you so
those
much
that are at the
there.
camps, there are interventions that
I need to quickly
been
go over
provided
to
for them and what have you.
Yes, I need to quickly go over to Jonathan for his parting words as well. Jonathan, your parting words, what to expect? Is Jonathan
yes,
still there?
I can hear you.
Fantastic. Your parting words, Jonathan, I mean, in the coming days, I mean, what's to expect?
Well, in the coming days, we expect intensive preparation from the government. Of course, 41 IDP camps have already been opened according to what SEMA is telling us, and they've also dispatched some of their staff to these places. So for those who may want to just move away before the flood set in, there are already IDP camps for them to...
Great. But so these displaced persons might not get a 5-star treatment, but just maybe they might get a 3-star or 2-star treatment, Jonathan. I'd like to thank you.
That's right.
I'd like to thank you all for being part of our conversation on Insight. I mean, this episode of Insight. Lady, of course, not forgetting Abi, who is there. I know she can hear me. But, I mean, let me just begin by thanking you, Jonathan Omajali in Lokoja there, Kogi State, Yusuf Jika in Yola, Adamawa State, and, of course, the lady in the house, Ebimini Zetimi Yola in Yonagwa, Bayelsa State. Guys, thank you so much indeed for being part of this conversation. And I'll see you soon. And that's it on this episode of Inside. Do join us same time next week for more on the program. My name is Nnamdi Odipo.
And I'm Elizabeth Omori. We'll see you next week. Bye for now.
Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil with which words are written. Kola nuts last long in the mouths of those that values it.
Nigeria's desire to support local content has always been a priority, which is evident in the country's programs and policies. One of such is the Presidential Executive Order 5, centered around planning and execution of projects, promotion of Nigerian content in contracts and science, engineering and technology, which came into force on 2nd February 2018. This is a demonstration of government's belief in the philosophy of local content promotion, especially in science, technology, and engineering. Firms and companies incorporated in Nigeria with not less than 50% equity shares held by Nigerians are now mandated to be given preference by all federal ministries, departments, and agencies in procurement or contracts. With this development, indigenous contractors as well as suppliers of goods and services are given a margin of preference. In other words, an extra markup on price allowed to any domestic contractor or supplier in an international competitive bidding without being disadvantaged. On Panorama today, we shall take a look at what this executive order is, Can it be part of the shift in the nation's drive towards acceleration to economic growth? We have a guest that we will be discussing this later in the program with. You can follow this news broadcast live on our website at nta.ng/live and on our other social media handles displayed on the screen for updates. I am Henginu John Adams. Thanks for joining us. We will be back. Now, Nigeria's participation at the 79th session of the ongoing United Nations General Assembly recorded success with the support of the United States Chamber of Commerce with a commitment of about $320 million. Vice President Kashim Shettima reaffirmed the Tinubu administration's commitment towards mortgage refinancing and women empowerment. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that this was at a meeting with other members of Nigeria's delegation to strategize on the country's engagement in New York.
A U.S.-Nigeria Executive Business Roundtable hosted by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Nisha Biswal of the American International Development Finance Corporation, announced that with a portfolio of $1 billion, it was investing $200 million in mortgage financing in Nigeria. $100 million has also been earmarked to finance micro, small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, with particular interest in women empowerment. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce also announced that $20 million is for the establishment of a firm processing of cashew nuts in Nigeria. Vice President Kashim Shettima restated commitment to investor-friendly policies, urging investors to give Nigeria the benefit of doubt. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs led other members to brief the Vice President on the activities and itinerary lined up in New York. Apart from President Tinubu's national statement, Vice President Kashim Shettima is also expected to meet with the Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of states, the African, Caribbean and Pacific states, the President of the World Trade Organization, Director General of the International Atomic Agency, and multinational companies. The Vice President is also meeting with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and a host of other international partners. From New York, Abraham Jibrila, NTA News.
With UNGA, the Organization of African First Ladies for Development, OFLAD, has taken its campaign for inclusive education to the global stage, where it called on African government to commit towards universal school meals coverage. This was at a roundtable lunch hosted by Rockefeller Foundation and OFLAD on the margins of the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. State House correspondent Adeni Taiwo reports that Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, signed the call to action alongside other members of OFLAD, affirming the country's readiness to promote enrollment with school feeding.
From their individual through the We Are Equal campaign, the stage has shifted to New York on the margins of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. The goal of this roundtable launch, hosted in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation, is to, among other things, position the school meals agenda in the G20 engagement of the African Union. A nation that is informed will easily transform, says Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, as he affirms the interest and commitment of President Bola Tinubu to rejig school feeding program in the country.
Because immediately it resumed office, it declared a state of emergency on agriculture, food security. So, and we have to make sure that we're able to grow some food. So with that, the school feeding in Nigeria is being reviewed, because without children having ability to eat, how do you want them to study? There is the early years snack that is being introduced, which are for tots and preschoolers and those in kindergarten. I think they wanted to start with that before we go into the first, primary, we call it primary, which is like the elementary, primary 1 to 3. And they'll start with that. But, the population is not something we can say we have to embrace immediately.
With a surging population faced with climatic challenges, sustainable rollout of the program requires help.
It's something I believe that we really, really want to do so that we can have school enrollment up and then get, most of the children, especially children from the north that are going through certification. And recently, which, it's been in the news with the flooding in Borno State. So it's just an hydra head problems that we are facing. But at the same time, we are not really scared, but we would need all the assistance we can get. And you can, believe in our administration that we are here to work for our people and, and get Nigeria back on its feet.
It's so clear that it provides all the benefits that Your Excellency mentioned. It's not just a nutrition solution. It's a gender solution. It's a climate solution. It's an economic solution.
The meeting closed with members resolving to do their part in ensuring that every child has access to a nutritious meal that is affordable and planet-friendly. From New York, Adeni Itaiwo, NTA News.
Now talking Edo governorship election and security, 6 suspects are in the custody of the police for allegedly being in possession of firearms of different make, a number of BVAS machines and voter cards during the just concluded Edo governorship election. The Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of the exercise, Frank Mba, disclosed this during his post-election briefing in Benin City. Goodluck Enaini has details.
IG Frank Mba said the suspects were arrested in various locations across the state and are currently undergoing police interrogation.
We have a total of 6 arrests. That's a summary. We expect this number to shoot up in the course of investigations because we expect that there will be accomplices. There will be people who aided, who abetted, who procured, who facilitated, who sponsored these suspects who were arrested.
The DIG says throughout the exercise, the police and other security agencies recorded no loss of life, assault, or molestation of INEC staff. He also spoke on the post-activities of the police in the state, including confidence-building patrols to protect government facilities and ensure public safety.
We are commencing massive patrols of the state. We are putting in place a strategy that will give rise to high visibility policing.
He appreciates the people of the state for their conduct before, during, and after the exercise, urging them to be law-abiding citizens. In Benin, Goodluck Enaini, NTA News.
We pause here for some messages. More reports when we return.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Thanks for being there. For the novel Executive Order 5, set in motion 7 years ago by the federal government and still subsisting to become one of the pillars holding the nation's economic architectural structure, Nigerians need to come to terms with the fact that economic development is with sincerity of purpose and that they are the only catalyst needed to speed up economic growth of the nation. These were the submissions of public analysts while expressing their views on the executive order and its mission in improving the nation's economic development. Lanre Belei tells us more.
Presidential Executive Order 5 is for planning and execution of projects invariably promoting Nigerian contents in technology with local content in information technology as well as fintechs. In engineering, areas of software, solar, civil construction and automobile, and in science, production, pharmaceuticals and laboratory equipment that are locally made are given priority. Federal government has demonstrated its seriousness on this order by mandating all its ministries, departments and agencies to give preference to local content in procurement and contracts. While giving thumbs up to this step by the federal government, public analysts are convinced that the executive order should not be limited to MDAs alone, but government institutions at all levels.
The idea is to stimulate the economy, because every time you buy a foreign product, you are putting your people out of job and you are employing some other people. Because, of course, when you produce and the warehouse is filled to the brim and nobody is buying, production will slow down. Because by the time we begin to patronize, there will be employment, there will be revenue generation, there will be capacity building for the companies.
To help us to defend the value of the local currency. Because by the time we start supporting made in Nigeria motor vehicle, it means we are going to reduce the quantum of cash that will be imported into our economy.
They stated further that key to achieving self-reliance and sufficiency through local content development also hinges on the level of patriotism of the people, and government agencies needs to be up and doing, coupled with the civil societies that seek to promote the national pride. In Lagos, Lanre Belei, NTA News.
And to further discuss the Presidential Executive Order 5, I have with me Chris Wogu, a legal practitioner and corporate systems development specialist. Barrister Wogu, you're welcome to Panorama.
Yes, Ingino, it's my pleasure.
Okay, what is executive order and how is it different from a constitution?
Okay, executive order is a directive by usually the government of a nation. It's actually gazetted. It's law, just like the order of the court is law. And so it's something to help in operations, to help, the president has a duty to govern the nation, to deliver on the campaign promises or expectations of the people, because the people had given him the mandate to lead them. So by an executive order, the president hastens that process, which may take a longer time if it has to go through the parliament. So it's something that's administrative in nature, and it's a directive, and it's actually law to be complied with. Now, vis-a-vis the constitution, you find the constitution is actually the grand, what the lawyers call the grand norm. It's the law that governs the nation. And any other law, whether it's executive order, whether it's a bylaw, when it becomes inconsistent to the constitution, it is voided, it is null and void. And then the constitution is an act of parliament. It's, not like ours that was actually bequeathed to us by the military, but even ideally, it's like we, the people. So it's what governs the people. It's even what gives the president the authority, the mandate to actually make executive orders.
Okay, now talking about Executive Order 5, which is primarily around a promotion of local content in engineering, science, and technology. Why do you think these three sectors are key?
Yeah, they are key. They may not be the only key aspects of the nation. And of course, Executive Order 5 will not be the only executive order delivered by either that administration or this administration or any administration. But you know that going forward, you can't circumvent engineering, science, or technology, whether it's in infrastructural development, in construction, in manufacturing, in almost every aspect of development. Science, technology, and engineering are very key. So that it was captured with an executive order, I must say it's quite commendable going forward. The challenge is on implementation.
Okay, talking about the challenge is on implementation. Why do you think implementation will be an issue?
Yes, because one is that there has to be real buy-in. If people see it as a coercion, as something coming from top, or as a political gambit, it could be a challenge. But if we could get our people, especially, let's even start with the ministries, the departments, and the agencies, let there be compliance, because for anything to really move forward in any nation, the public service will be in the forefront. If the public service is not working, you can almost say that the nation is not working. But when the public service picks up, the nation automatically picks up. So if these ministries, these agencies, these departments could really buy into it as a matter of purpose, objective, target, and doing that out of patriotism and out of the fact that they could see the value, like some of the commentators had delivered in this thing. And then from force it, so what awareness is important, so that people will know it's important to government. When people know that something is important to the leader, they kind of have a way of toying along.
Okay, talking about MDAs buying into this, I'm aware that there are some federal ministries, departments, and agencies that are already on board. So now going down to states and local governments, how can we make them to buy into this without them seeing it as a federal government affair?
Okay, that's important. If they know, like already has been canvassed, that by the time we patronize Hungin, we don't really need an executive order to know that we need to patronize our own. And that when somebody produces, it may not be in its utmost best, but in patronizing, encouraging that product, it begins to get its strength, and ultimately with time begins to compete with the best. So if we would see that there is real need to save foreign exchange by building our own internal capacity, and which is really what the states and the local governments are there for. They are there to make sure that the government is felt at the grassroots, and part of it is to patronize this, because there will be employment. There are too many reasons to make them see that it's a non-negotiable part of their administration to patronize and really comply with this Executive Order 5.
Okay, now away from government, talking about the private sector, how can we make it attractive for them? For example, using made in Nigerian automobiles and others.
Great. Now let's look at it two prongs. One are the people, the producers. We need to encourage them to be producing. It's not like people are not producing. We see it all over. In fact, at some point, you see people from overseas come to take our talents, and it goes offshore. So we need to get financial institutions, banks, oil and gas companies, corporations, to encourage these people. Let's invest into them. Let's make it a major aspect of CSR, corporate social responsibility, so that they can do more, they can be encouraged, they can mass produce. And then we need awareness to get our people to patronize them. If we can even get to the level where we can give national honors to people that produce, I think it will take us far, because when people know that something is important to government, everybody wants the favor of government, they have a way of complying.
All right, before I let you go, Executive Order 5 and harnessing the nation's local talent. How can this be achieved?
It's by, like we've already said, continuous engagement. I think that we will soon have a trade fair on. A lot of fairs will need to be done. Religious organizations where people congregate. The people, the preachers, need to find a way and inject these things. I think it's all part of building the capacity of the people that have put their confidence in those people, so that we need to do this, and we need to really rise as a nation and say, this is what we want to do. It's almost 7 years, and we are almost 64 years as a nation. So it's not early enough. It's already almost belated, but it's good to wake up now and engage and begin to patronize our own local content.
Thank you very much, Barrister Chris Wogu, for sharing your thoughts with us.
It's my pleasure, Hinguna.
Let's now join the sports desk for updates of stories from the sporting world.
The 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers for Match Day 4 between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and their Libyan counterparts has gotten a new venue. Libya, who occupy bottom of Group B, has opted to host leaders Nigeria Super Eagles at the Matthias of Benina Stadium for the return leg. The facility is located in the city of Benina, some 19 kilometers outside the country's second major city, Benghazi. Known previously as the Hugo Chavez Stadium, the edifice is a 10,000 capacity stadium with an artificial turf. Both countries will play Match Day 3 at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium, Uyo, on October 11th, before the clash in Libya on October 15th, 2024. Still talking football, ahead of the new Nigerian National League season, plans have been concluded by the board of the NNL for a pre-season seminar for club coaches and media officers to consolidate on the gains of last season. The pre-season seminar will take place at the Remo Star Stadium in October. Reputable coaches and veteran journalists are expected to be resource persons to educate the coaches and media officers on modern trends and to maintain and improve the standard of the league. To women's football, Cat Ladies have emerged champions of the inaugural Girls Play Sports Football Tournament from the Southern Zone. The Cat Ladies will now move on to the grand finale in Abuja on September 29, where it will take on the Northern champions. 61 non-league teams, 40 from the South and 21 from the North, featured at the tournament endorsed by the Nigerian Football Federation to scout for future players for the national teams. The aim is to empower the girl child through sports.
Instead of having girls just roaming about, let them have this positive thing to do and project themselves. And at the end of the day, even the country will win when these girls are winning. We will go into table tennis, basketball, and even athletics.
Sports update, Gifts George, NTA News.
That's it on Panorama from the Lagos Network Center of the Nigerian Television Authority. Thanks for watching. I am Hinginu John Adams.
Embark on a delectable journey of Nigeria, where flavors come to life in Nigeria's food adventures.
From the savory goodness of akara to the sumptuous puff puff, Nigerian food is a gastronomic delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
With the sharp kitchen made
and we are going to be adding a cup of water. Within seconds, we are going to peel the beans. As you can see, we are pouring the beans into the water to wash it off and make beans for moi moi, beans for your akara. Now we are going to be pouring the same peeled beans into the sharp kitchen journey Odogu blender. If you come to our shop or you call us, we are using beans, ginger, onions, bawa, tatache, and we are using the sharp kitchen journey. It also comes with free gifts, our executive golden spoon and our rechargeable pan. We are going to be pouring the blended beans for moi moi for your akara into a bowl. You can see how smoothly blended this beans is. Sharp kitchen journey 6,000 watts Odogu blender. Now we are going to be blending our plantain using the Sharp kitchen journey Odogu blender. Plantain, your sweet potato, blender is blending the plantain for your plantain swallow, for your plantain moi moi. All you need to do is buy Sharp kitchen blender. If it's not Sharp kitchen it can never be sharp. As you can see, we are pouring the plantain, the blended plantain into the bowl. As you can see, we are going to be blending our tiger nut. We want to make tiger nut juice. We'll be using dates, coconut, acid here. We are going to be adding water, acid on TV. As you can see here, we are using the blender to blend it. Now we are going to be pouring the tiger nut juice into our cup to serve with any snacks of your choice, as seen on TV. If it's not Sharp kitchen blender, it can never be sharp. We are going to be blending our bambara nuts. Bambara nuts for okpa. We are using maize. We are going to be adding our maize to the jar. We are going to be adding millet also to the jar, as seen on TV. Now we are going to be blending our coffee, very good, and our fenugreek seed as well. We are pouring the coffee and the fenugreek in Sharp kitchen blender. See how Sharp kitchen blender was decided on and watch how Sharp kitchen blender blend this soya bean, our bambara nut. If it is not Sharp kitchen blender, it can never be sharp. Sharp kitchen blender as seen on TV. As you can see, we are putting the stockfish into the blender. We are going to be covering it. Watch how this Sharp kitchen journey 4-in-1 blender is going to cover tiger nut. And we are going to be blending our crayfish. As you can see here, we are using the stockfish and we are going to blend our crayfish. You can see how easy the Sharp kitchen blender to do the magic to blend the crayfish. As you can see how blended the stockfish. As you can see here, Sharp kitchen blender is doing the wonders. It's doing magic. Now we are going to using tomatoes, bawa, onions, tatache, ginger, garlic to blend this pepper. Sharp kitchen blender as seen on TV. Now we are going to be pouring the blended pepper in.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with times of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Thank you for joining us for another event. It is a reality we are living with on a daily basis in Nigeria and in countries around the world. Weather hazards are beyond our control. We cannot determine the intensity and frequency. However, what we can do is to ensure that they don't end up in disasters, we don't have loss of lives and property. And this can only work in emergency. We keep recording minimized. Where are we getting it wrong? Because most times we plan and we have forecasts, and we do all of that. And when the extreme weather events occur, we somehow end up seemingly caught napping. And going from Lagos to Maiduguri, where we have a major flood disaster now, and we have cases from that scenario still ongoing. Then we'll be going to Lokoja. We may not be able to capture all parts of the country today. We'll be looking at these states on the program, so stay tuned. Strategic and effective flood mitigation requires comprehensive measures that factor in the realities of climate change. This is crucial as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, made up of experts the world over, has also raised alarms on the impact of climate change on dam safety and management. They have advised and suggested the need for comprehensive understanding on how climate change affects hydrological conditions and integrity of dams. Dams are constructed primarily for functions that include flood control, power generation, irrigation, and even recreation purposes. In flood mitigation, dams can store excess water during periods of heavy rainfalls with subsequent release gradually. Despite the positives, dams can be the worst nightmare if they fail. This can happen as a result of weakening infrastructure, maintenance, extreme weather events, designs, and even conflict. Even if it's massive devastation. Professor of Geography and Director, Center.
Speaking, the dam hasn't collapsed. It's the spillway. What we call a spillway is an emergency kind of arrangement where an emergency infrastructure that is put beside a dam to allow water, to escape in case there is need for it. So this is the structure that actually broke, and it is what caused the flood.
The 2024 Maiduguri flood disaster can be said to be a repeat of what happened 30 years ago.
I think it's also important to realize that in both 1994 and in 2024, the immediate issue that caused the collapse or the partial collapse of the spillway is the high or the excessive rainfall. You see, in August, the rainfall amount that we recorded in Maiduguri was in excess of about 300 millimeters in just 1 month. Prior to that, in July, it was again more than 200 millimeters. If you put the two, 5 degree. So in just 2 months, we had an entire rainfall that should last for the whole year. And that is partially...
Professor Monguno's point shows that although in 1994, many in Nigeria were ignorant of climate change, its effects impacted lives, livelihoods, and communities negatively. In that era, early warning systems and other strategies to check weather hazards may not have existed. However, in 2024, they do. Yet, flood hazards still spiral into disasters. With the nation working on improving its national disaster risk reduction plans, experts say there is need for more strategies.
That has become like biscuit. It breaks anyhow. So what we now need to do is to analyze this standalone, state standalone, so that we look at the impact of flooding on every state and how it impacts the national disaster. So it's very important. You don't group everybody together. There will be flooding in Sokoto, Zamfara, whatever. No. There will be flooding in Zamfara. Does it affect Zamfara? There will be flooding in Lokoja. Does it affect Lokoja? So how does all this contribute to national disaster? Because don't forget, they are all consequential. They are all interlinked now. What happened in Alaska? If something in Alaska, what happened in Alaska does not stay in Alaska in terms of flooding. So everybody who must do standalone analysis that as it affects the states individually, because all states are not equally affected. Then secondly, the sub-national government should take responsibility. It is not everything. Your bridge collapsed, you are calling the federal government. Your gutter is blocked, you are calling the federal government. No, we have a year to prepare. You have a year to prepare. So the preparation must be continuous. And thirdly, the Ministry of Environment must set up an operation room to monitor all this. And every day there must be monthly reports of the environment. You see, like I tell you, flooding is very, very important now because it is becoming existential, and it has very serious consequences on national security, on food, on transport, and everything. So it has to be taken seriously.
The United Nations and other experts have emphasized the need for disaster risk reduction strategies that include early warning systems, effective communication, well-understood evacuation process, and emergency protocols that can ensure quick response during flooding. This is still environment matters. Let's go to Maiduguri, where flooding has dealt badly with the people there. The disaster has been described as one of the worst to hit the region in the last 30 years, and it was triggered when the Alau Dam collapsed. People have died. Communities may never be the same. Many are displaced. Livelihoods have been wiped away. Love to talk about the many critical issues that will follow, because the health challenges, sanitation, trauma, and lots more.
The recent floods in Maiduguri and surrounding areas have left a trail of destruction, with homes collapsed or on the verge of collapsing, infrastructure severely damaged, including key landmarks to include Eye Hospital, Shehu Garbai Quarters, Sandakiarimi Zoo, 505 Housing Estate, and several bridges within the city, among others affected. The floods, which lasted for several days, have brought the city to its knees, leaving residents struggling to cope with the aftermath. For Yakaru Mohammed Tar and Mohammed Audu Koyam, what began as an ordinary day quickly descended into chaos as rising waters engulfed their homes, now grappling with immense losses, trying to salvage what they can from the wreckage.
Exactly 7 days ago, this place was submerged in water. Standing here today, the water has receded. However, the members of this community still count their losses.
The water came around 1 a.m. and the youth in the area tried to stop it using sandbags, but it overpowered them. In fact, we really suffered. Thank God we are all alive and coming to pick the pieces of our lives to see what the future holds for us.
I am but a poor man. Where will I get the money to rebuild my house? Well, I thank God we are all safe, and I embrace the flood challenge as destiny.
Business owners also bear the brunt, including Cynthia Amechi, whose family's chain of bookshop now lies in ruins, as Hatias tells the story of a business community brought to its knees by the floodwaters.
My father has not been here. He's an old man, like he's of age. We don't even want him to see what his money has turned into. His sweat for how many years. BP is what we are afraid of. Seeing all this.
On the other hand, the onset of the rainy season had been met with anticipation by farmers, hopeful for a bumper harvest. Instead, their fields are now submerged, their crops washed away, leaving them uncertain about the future of their livelihoods. In response, the Borno State government, led by Governor Babagana Umar Zulum, mobilized resources and activated emergency response mechanisms to address the immediate needs of the displaced persons, taking refuge at about 38 designated camps, with international and local aid organizations on ground distributing food, water, and essential supplies, while tents and medical supplies are being dispatched to areas where waterborne diseases threaten to exacerbate the crisis by the Ministry of Health.
We're expecting these cholera vaccines either today or tomorrow here in Maiduguri, and therefore I wish to appeal to all and sundry in the state, especially in Maiduguri, that once we start vaccination, they should come forward, bring their children, especially under 5s are most vulnerable, so that we can provide them this vaccination and save their lives. We have already started distributing water sanitation tablets. We have already established sanitary conditions in the camp facilities, and houses would be fumigated before people move in.
Professor Mohammed Waziri from the Department of Geography at the University of Maiduguri detailed the factors leading to the flood.
It's not just the spill over the dam alone. Maiduguri happened to be situated at a meander of this particular river, Ribangada, which has already become flat, more or less flat. So the dam spill is only one, but what happened is that at the same time, another river that is coming, the Ngadabul, that comes through the Kiarmi Park, came about the same time when the spill of the river Ngada came in. So the spill is only one factor, but the siltation on the river channels, the channel that crosses the city has already been choked up. It is not deep enough to accommodate water. It has become almost flat together with the banks. You cannot, at certain points, you cannot even distinguish between the river valley and the river banks. Unfortunately for us, for all these years, we have never desilted the river. There has never been an instant. Although we may not predict another year of happening, it can happen next year. Only God knows, depending on how we plan for or how we are going to take care of what has happened. So we should not sit idle and take for granted that this flood may take another 30 years to happen. It can happen even after 30 days. Only God knows. It's natural. So people should get ready, plan for the future, and make good building materials. Government should plan the city or replan the city to open up roads and the gutters that used to bring storm drains to be reoriented. There are a lot of technical things that maybe this kind of discussion may not complete, but we are going to give advice, necessary advice to those who are concerned to replan the city. There is need to replan the city, especially where the immediate banks of the River Ngada.
Questions remain. Were authorities aware of the looming risks tied to the climate change and extreme weather events? Was there a plan to mitigate such a catastrophe? Shop owners are advised to properly dispose items that cannot be recovered to minimize environmental and health risks. In the end, it is not just the flood waters that will shape the future of Borno, but how its people rise in the aftermath.
So from Maiduguri, we'll go to Kogi State, where flooding has affected some people. Let's see how they are coping and plans to mitigate flooding and ensure that we don't have loss of lives and property. Jonathan Omadale is our guide.
On the streets of Adankulu in Lokoja, a group of cheerful boys caught my eyes as they enjoy the last days of their long holiday. Carefree and full of life. Meanwhile, their sisters preferred the tranquility by the riverbank. The children all seemed happy, untroubled by what the future might bring. However, the older ones like Ruth Jethro are on edge as warnings of impending floods grew louder each day. It seems like just yesterday in 2022, when her home and many others in Adankulu were swept away by the devastating flood. The memory of that disaster still lingers, casting a shadow over Adankulu and other flood-prone areas in Lokoja.
I lose many things. There is too flat here. It collapsed. There is many things that we put in this kitchen. The kitchen even fall, and the whole thing go. Animal, power and goat. The water just flushes them go.
For farmers like Yunusa Mohammed and his household, life becomes incredibly challenging whenever there is flooding in the state.
Our maize, the cassavas, all our crop, the flood affected.
In recent days, the water level has risen alarmingly. Over 500 communities across 11 local government areas in Kogi State are at the risk of being affected by the floods. The Executive Secretary of the Kogi State Emergency Management Authority, Mukta Atima, has stated that the state is taking proactive measures to address any potential disasters.
Have a yearly plan in which we carry out. It doesn't just stop with me. It has been something we've had a work plan in place since we've experienced this flood disaster, first 2012 and the one and subsequent ones. So we are very prepared, and our preparedness starts from the public awareness we've been carrying out to the 512 communities that might likely be affected if at all there's going to be flood. We went down to them, to their roots. We engage traditional means to educate them, enlighten them of what is likely to happen. And in educating them of what is likely to happen, we're also looking at timing again. So we've been following up with the water level being given to us every day by NIWA. As of today, wow, it's an alarming 7.6. So, and the danger point starts from 8. So, as usual, we are also telling our people who are by the river banks to please leave the lower levels and go to the higher levels, and let's see what happens.
We should not just hope that it will not come totality. You understand? We should be making a way from now.
As I'm talking to you right now, the Executive Governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Ahmad Usman Ododo, has approved that we open up 42 IDP camps. And we also have in Kogi a flood hostel that was donated to us by the federal government. And the state government we've tried to mobilize all these 42 IDP camps. Any moment from now, they will be open. People to go there. We have our staff that we've pushed to these 42 IDP camps. In case of any eventuality, the people can move to those places.
In 2022, the tragic incident of a boat mishap further compounded the devastation caused by the flood. The National Inland Water...
You didn't attend the lecture. It attracts penalty. It attracts penalty.
Okay, may I leave waiting at the
passengers and captains on the importance of wearing life jackets and the need to avoid overloading.
And it is also the responsibilities of those who will use waterway to also have their own personal life jacket, especially when you are using it. So we are on the water to ensure absolute compliances. It is not for the drivers alone. The drivers, of course, they are able to swim, but a lot of passengers may not be able to swim. But that is why we are out to ensure that the right thing is done.
For now, Lokoja and many other parts of Kogi State consider themselves fortunate to be free from flooding. Even the children of Adankulu can play in the street and enjoy the view of the river during their leisure time. However, if the warnings from NIMET are accurate, the days ahead may present challenges that will require humanitarian interventions.
Harmony of biodiversity destroyed, birthing climate crisis and crying faces.
Dicey situation indeed, yet we carry on like a bull in a china shop.
On environment matters, we take the bull by the horns, comb the nooks and cranny of Nigeria.
Asking tough questions.
Examining challenges and opportunities.
Giving giving human face to the science, facts, faiths, and global agreements. It's a call for action. Don't miss it.
Join award-winning environmental journalist Jennifer Igwe and other NTA Eco reporters for Environment Matters.
This is where we'll end today's episode of Environment Matters. We need to have more comprehensive flood risk assessment and look at what we've experienced in the past and what is happening now. What are the loose ends? What can we do to make the whole scenario and situation not occur again? I'm not saying that we didn't plan or we didn't have efforts on ground, but how can we tighten our approach and make what we have more tactical so that we don't have loss of lives and property? Now, this is very important. And also know that, like I always emphasize on this program, we all have a part to play. So don't just say it is all about the government. You can also have your own initiative in your neighborhood. So if you're not affected by flooding now, you can even start by building flood barriers where you are, so that in case of flooding, at least you can limit the level of water from affecting you. It might not be a perfect scenario, but that's just one tip that can help. We need to start taking practical measures from individuals, local communities, and importantly, relevant authorities. Until next week, when another episode of Environment Matters comes your way, I am Jennifer Igwe. Stay green.
And that Nigeria has become a hub for wildlife trafficking. But together, we can
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Hello, I'm Esther Giduyu. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up. U.S. President Joe Biden is primed to make his final address before the United Nations General Assembly this week. He also is expected to meet separately with global leaders in New York. And the last U.S. service members leave Niger as part of America's military withdrawal. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman speaks to VOA about their departure. All this and much more coming up on today's Africa 54. The annual United Nations meeting of world leaders is underway on Monday with the Summit for the Future. U.S. UN correspondent Margaret Bashir has more.
The UN General Assembly kicked off a marathon week of diplomacy with a Summit for the Future.
I called for this summit because our world is heading off the rails and we need tough decisions to get back on track.
The signature event adopted by consensus a wide-ranging Pact for the Future, a blueprint aimed at ensuring that international institutions can deliver in a world that has changed dramatically since they were created in 1945. Russia, which raised numerous objections to elements of the pact as the months-long negotiations were wrapping up last week, sought to amend the document moments before its adoption, but failed. The pact has lofty goals for eradicating poverty, ending hunger, and building peaceful and inclusive societies. It also seeks to bridge the digital divide. Now the hard work of implementing it begins.
But our people know instinctively that this will only be talk unless there's a fundamental change in what we do and how we do it, and who is seen and heard in the corridors of decision-making.
The Secretary General met one-on-one with several world leaders Sunday, including Leslie Voltaire, a member of Haiti's Transitional Presidential Council. They discussed the need to ensure an elected government is in place by February 2026, as agreed by Haitian stakeholders, and to work together to boost international support for addressing gang violence and the dire humanitarian situation. The wars in Gaza, Ukraine, and Sudan will be center stage this week. Millions of people have been displaced or made refugees from just these three conflicts, and humanitarian efforts to assist them are under strain.
Humanitarians are not stretchable forever. We also have limitations, and I warn decision makers, politicians, that unless they redouble efforts to put a peaceful end or to negotiate ceasefires at least, we are going to be in trouble.
Grandi expressed concern about spillover from the Gaza war, most recently in Lebanon. He told VOA that an expansion of the conflict may have incalculable consequences.
For more on what's happening at the United Nations General Assembly, I'm joined live from New York by VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bashir. Margaret, what more can you tell us about the Pact for the Future and its impact on Africa?
Hello, Esther. So the Pact, one of the big things for Africa, I think, is Security Council reform. That is something the Africans have been asking for literally decades, and the pact includes it. The United States said last week that they would be open to 2 permanent seats for African countries. It would be up to Africa to decide which countries get those 2 permanent seats. They wouldn't have veto power under the U.S. Vision of Security Council reform, but it is really important that Security Council expansion is in this Pact for the Future. It's the international consensus that that's what countries want to see. And it even says in the pact that it will redress the historical injustice against Africa, because, as you know, many countries were not even independent. They were still under colonial rule at the time that the Security Council was created after World War II. So they didn't even get a chance, really, to have a permanent seat. So this is something that's very important to many African leaders. And also in the pact that's important for Africa, I think, is the area about reforming the international financial institutions and debt restructuring. A lot of countries in Africa drowning in debt, especially since the pandemic. So that is an important aspect, as is bridging the global digital divide. We see many countries in Africa not online in the numbers that they should be and benefiting from access to information. So also a lot about the pact is listening to the youth, to the next generation, and there's a huge young population on the continent. So these, I think, are some of the main points for Africa.
Margaret, thank you so much. VOA UN correspondent Margaret Bishia live for us from the UN headquarters in New York. Tanzania's Chadema party officials say police arrested top opposition figures on Monday as the authorities moved to block a mass protest in Dar es Salaam. Despite an official ban, the opposition Chadema party had vowed to rally over the alleged kidnapping and killing of its members by security forces. Chadema says its chairman Freeman Mbowe and his deputy Tundu Lissu were both arrested on Monday. This came as riot police was stationed in key areas across the city to prevent gatherings. VOA's Philip Alexiou spoke with Hassan Mhelela, a reporter with VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam.
Main opposition party has issued a statement saying that over 40 members were arrested in different parts of the country as the police were cracking down on the protest, which was organized by this the main opposition party over what they claim to be kidnapping and disappearance of members by the security forces. So basically, that's what happened. The center of attention or focus of attention was Dar es Salaam, the commercial capital, where the chairman of that party was also arrested, as well as his vice chairman. So we now know that some of those who were arrested have been released, but some of them are still in custody.
Was there much violence involved?
Apparently, the organizers said that they wanted to do a peaceful rally, but the police said that it should not go ahead, regardless of the reasons for organizing it. Now, despite the official ban, the opposition party went ahead, and actually they vowed to go ahead. But we can say that the gatherings were scattered. It was not one single huge gathering of protesters. In different parts of the country, we have had reports of their supporters gathering to register their protest against the alleged violations of human rights. But it wasn't as big as expected, and the reason was that police had done their homework to prevent it instead of tackling the protesters. And we can see there is strong presence of police or security across the city. It's unlikely these gatherings will continue, but we are still monitoring.
That was a reporter Hassan Mhelela of VOA affiliate Azam TV in Dar es Salaam speaking with VOA's Philip Alexiou. The last 2 U.S. service members have left Niger as part of America's military withdrawal following the country's July 2023 coup per an agreement reached by the U.S. and Niger in May. The only American service members now in the country are those securing the U.S. Embassy in Niamey. U.S. Africa Command's Major General Kenneth Ekman was one of those 2 service members. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb sat down with General Ekman at the Pentagon just days after the final withdrawal to learn about how the new U.S. military footprint in West Africa is beginning to take shape.
We were down to the last 2, and that was the last 2 Title X DoD members not assigned to the embassy. and had to leave by 15 September as was mutually agreed. Our goal in the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Niger was to make it safe, orderly, and responsible. And then our goal through all of this, all the way to the last day, was to preserve strategic options for both nations. We still have shared security objectives. How we will pursue them, either together or apart as a consequence of the withdrawal, remains to be seen, but we wanted to make sure we kept all options on the table. But it is a strategic setback with regards to how each of us pursues our security objectives in the region.
Retired Major General Marcus Hicks, who was the Special Operations Lead for AFRICOM, he said that losing Niger means that we've lost our ability to directly influence counterterrorism and counterinsurgency in the Sahel. Is that true?
So in a regional approach, if there was one country that was most important on our ability to address Sahelian VEO problems, or the Sahelian VEO challenge, it was Niger. So for one of Niger, I talked about it as a strategic setback. The degree to which that setback endures ties to how we reposition and then what our partners want to do with us. So I agree with him in principle, but that is a snapshot in time. All is not lost in where AFRICOM is focused, where the department is focused, and frankly where the interagency is focused, is what do we do next, because our security objectives haven't changed.
But now analysts are telling VOA that Niger could fall to the jihadists. Niger could be next. How likely is it that they could fall?
So their risks have definitely gone up. Their ability to confront violent extremist organizations, intel sharing, partnership with our and other allied forces, it's gotten worse. And so they are a capable force. The degree to which they can handle the problem themselves remains to be seen. It is a fact that in Niger, violent extremist attacks have become more lethal. That's a fact since the coup on 26 July 2023. They've got fewer resources and fewer partners.
So Ivory Coast, Benin, Ghana, these are all countries that General Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, has said that the U.S. is talking to as it recalibrates, was the term he used, recalibrates its West Africa presence. There have been reports of the U.S. refurbishing an airfield in Benin to accommodate U.S. aircraft. There's been reports of special forces, U.S. special forces in the Ivory Coast. Can you confirm this, and have you reached a deal with any of these countries?
So the most lethal violent extremist organization threat in the world resides in West Africa, and it resides in the Sahel. It's also spreading. The primary direction of travel is to the southwest. So well prior to the Niger coup, we were already working with partners on what they needed in regards to U.S. presence and capabilities to support their counter-VEO ops. In the Benin case, we started that a while ago. In the Cote d'Ivoire case, it's been really post-coup. So each of them is on their own timeline. If our presence in Niger allowed us to go inside out relative to the Sahelian-based VEO threat, we now have to revert to going outside in. Countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Benin, Chad, our access to them and the degree to which they want to partner with us will influence how we go outside in. Where and if we establish significant presence of forces, probably on a partner base, serving alongside them, doing everything from command and control, personnel recovery, to sustaining them and to medically treating them. And that is something where we're not there yet, and no agreements have been made. There are some cases where, for now, we're definitely not. And so that's true in Nigeria, likewise Ghana. The ones where things are still kind of under consideration, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, what we want to do is, within the partners' needs, support their partner-led, U.S.-enabled counter-VEO ops. That's how we're focused.
For more on the U.S. troops' withdrawal from West Africa, I'm joined by VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb. Carla, General Ekman mentioned the importance of Chad, where the U.S. pulled out their forces earlier this year ahead of a presidential election. Is the U.S. bringing forces back into Chad?
Esther, it is sounding and looking a lot like that is the case. The U.S. and Chad have an understanding, according to Major General Ekman, that both sides want U.S. forces back in Chad. They are still ironing out the details at this point, but at this, as they move forward, both tend to want the U.S. to come in. I've been told by General Ekman that the U.S. does want a smaller presence than it had before. The U.S. pulled about 70 special forces out before the election earlier this year, and so they are looking at a smaller presence whenever the details are finalized.
Carla, he also mentioned U.S. troops would not be setting up a larger presence in Ghana, which is a strong military partner of the United States. Did he give a reason for this?
That's right. Ghana is a very strong partner, a military partner with the United States, and he stressed that. And so when I asked him, well, why aren't they interested in having U.S. forces on the ground, he said because they're such a capable force, they are interested in fighting their own fight. They want the United States to provide help, training them, equipping them in order to build their own capacity, but they don't want the U.S. fighting alongside them. This is their fight, they feel like, and they're going to fight this fight alone.
And Carla, who is replacing U.S. troops in Niger now that help outside of the U.S. is no longer there? Who might be helping out to counter extremists?
Well, we've talked about this before. There is a small number of Russian forces that are in Niger. Niger has signed an agreement with the Russians 2 governments ago, so their cooperation is nothing new, but they are having to rely more and more on the Russians, and General Ekman is telling me that the Russians have such a limited presence there, and on the flip side, the United States has pulled out of 2 military bases, the French have pulled out, the Germans have pulled out, so there's a real void in a partnership for Niger, and we will just have to see how this plays out as those violent extremist organizations continue to grow.
And Carla, is the Pentagon concerned about what happens next to the region? Because it's been chaotic, coups, counter-coups, and now extremism in the Sahel, in that area. So what are they saying might be probably coming up in the next couple of months or years?
Absolutely. Major General Michael Langley, the head of U.S. Africa Command, says that AFRICOM needs to recalibrate and is in the process of recalibrating to see where their forces need to be to try to fight this fight, because they have a void now. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance that was based in Niger, that has been pulled out, and so it's much harder to keep an eye on these terrorists. And as you mentioned, with all of these coups going on, the State Department has restrictions that the U.S. military serves to uphold democracy. So if there's not a democratic partner to work with, they are very limited on what they can do to help support these nations.
Carla, many thanks for your reporting. VOA Pentagon correspondent Carla Babb reporting live for us from the U.S. military headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. We're excited to hear what you think about Africa 54 and all our VOA Africa programs on our website at voaafrica.com. Still to come, President William Ruto visits Haiti to support Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission. We'll be right back. In other news, severe flooding in Chad since July has claimed at least 503 lives and affected around 1.7 million people, according to the United Nations. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in Chad says floods have destroyed over 212,000 houses, flooded nearly 358,000 hectares of land, and drowned over 69,000 heads of cattle. The son of Uganda's long-serving leader, Yoweri Museveni, says he has abandoned plans to run for presidency in the next election in 2026. Muhoozi Kainerugaba instead is urging his supporters to endorse his father. President Museveni, who has led the country for 38 years, is widely expected to run for a 7th term, even though he has not yet confirmed his candidacy. And a new report by the International Rhino Foundation reveals that the worldwide rhino population has increased slightly, but so have the killings, mostly in South Africa, as poaching fueled by a huge demand for rhino horns remains a top threat. A total of 586 rhinos were killed in Africa in 2023, rising from 551 reported in 2022, according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Kenyan President William Ruto says he is open to Kenya's anti-gang fighting mission in the country being converted to a UN peacekeeping operation. Ruto visited violence-plagued Haiti to assess the progress of the multinational security support mission, where Kenya is playing a leading role to curb rampant gang violence that has ushered years of political chaos and mass displacement.
On the suggestion to transit this into a fully UN peacekeeping mission, we have absolutely no problem if this is the direction the UN Security Council want to take.
The mandate of the Multinational Security Support Mission, first approved by the UN Security Council for 12 months, is set to expire at the start of October. Kenya was the first nation to send forces as part of a more significant effort by the UN to offer international support to Haiti, which has spiraled into conflict and political turmoil since the assassination of President Jovenel Moise in 2021. For more perspective, VOA's Paul Ndiho spoke with Edgar Githua, an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya.
At least the Kenyan contingent currently of 400 soldiers, 400 policemen. So far, so good. They've done a commendable job, of course, with a bit of challenges. Reports indicate they have settled in well. Reports indicate they have been able to work hand in hand with the Haitian police force in reclaiming some of the areas from the gangs. We're talking about the airport. We're talking about one of the big hospitals within Port-au-Prince and some of the residential neighborhoods. And creating a humanitarian corridor that has allowed some Haitians who had run away to come back. So we can say gradually they have gone there. It's been a mixed bag. There have been some few complaints from Haitians who probably want them to move a bit faster. But I think the Kenyans and the Haitian police force are still not at the place where they feel they can move as fast as they want because of the logistics, the lack of resources, and they need, of course, better equipment. But so far, so good.
How significant is this trip for President William Ruto, considering the fact that he's faced a lot of challenges back home?
Yeah.
You have an uprising of young people taking onto the streets, but here we see Kenyans also trying to bring what a lot of people said was not possible, a semblance of peace in Haiti.
The diplomatic optics, number one, for Kenya are very good, and the dividend, Kenya will reap a very huge dividend when this mission eventually concludes in a successful manner. For President William Ruto, they deal with our own internal security issues that have become a problem here and there. But having said that, Kenya gains diplomatically, it raises our stature, we are able to attract military aid, we are able to attract security aid. We are able to be a country that can be relied on, not only in the region, but in Africa. Post-conflict reconstruction, Paul, is usually a very long process. It is not a walk in the park. Today, things could be working out because of, we have the goodwill and the support of the Haitians. If after 4 or 5 months, the Haitians begin to become impatient, feeling like the Kenyans are really not bringing the change, the radical change we thought they would bring, when the ground starts shifting, the gangs start becoming stronger. We have to train the police force. At some point, we have to disarm those gangs. At some point, we have to convince Barbecue, Jimmy Cherizier and his gangs to lay down their weapons. That is a long, drawn process. And so you want to make hay while the sun is shining. You want to make as many gains as possible.
Edgar Githua is an international security and diplomatic expert at Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
Greenland Natural Medicine is the Center for Alternative Therapy. We are the ongoing international trade fair here in Abuja, the 19th edition of the International Trade Fair. My name remains Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Abdikarim, the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. One of the issues we are going to discuss with you today is, the first one is the prostate health issue. For men who have issue with their prostate, Prostate is a serious health challenge. It is only men that have prostate. It is a gland in the man which produces the fluid that causes the semen, that makes the semen to be produced. The products displayed on your screen, that is the one of the products we use. This very product is very good for treatment of prostate. This very product is produced in Germany, and research have shown it has gone through a lot of clinical trials. It has gone through a lot of research before we bring out this product. The side effect is quantified to be 0 compared to other conventional medicine we have been taking. If you have this kind of symptoms that we are going to mention now, for those who are lucky that we have our facility in your state, just try and visit our facilities. All those facilities, we have the lab. We have our lab scientists there that will take your sample and make sure they take your PSA, and at random, immediately we have a result and we will know the necessary steps to take care of your prostate. For those who have frequency in urination, for those who have urgency, sometimes you notice some blood in urine, or when you, after ejaculating, you notice there is what we call blood in your semen. All these things are part of symptoms or sign that you have already have what we call benign prostate. What we mean by benign prostate is normal as the prostate enlargement. Prostate can be cancerous. Yeah, you had me right. Prostate can be cancerous. For those who have cancer of the prostate, please don't hesitate. Try and visit us here. For those who are in Abuja, this is the best opportunity for you to visit our stand, where you can have the opportunity to meet the eye doctor and also to meet I personally, the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. For those who have what we call rheumatoid arthritis, this is a serious health challenge as well. Rheumatoid arthritis can affect virtually all your body. Any part of the body, it can be affected. You feel this tiredness, you feel this numbness, or cramps around your hand, or you notice when you wake up in the morning, you find it very difficult to even stand. Please don't hesitate. Try and visit our stand here and make sure you come to Greenland Natural Medicine. For those 20 people that come early in the morning, you have the opportunity to be a free registration and free test. For those 20 people that are not coming in the morning, we advise you to come with a 5,000 naira for registration and consultation. That is the only money we are paying for consultation and the test. For those with stroke, we have our facility. We also do what we call caregivers. We can give you a caregiver in our facility where they can take care of your patient for you. If you have any kind of eye-related issue, be it glaucoma, cataract, pterygium, myopia, and so on and so forth, the eye doctor is on ground. We have Dr. Kabiri with me here. He will tell you much about your pressure of the eye and everything. For those who have infectious diseases, be it staph and other things that we cannot mention on air, please, or you have any health challenge that has to do with fertility, if you cannot be opportune to come to the trade fair where you can benefit the bonus, or to see the doctors on the ground, please just don't hesitate to be our guest in the office. Our office in Gwarimpa in Abuja here. We also have our office in Lagos. For those in Lagos who cannot visit our stand here in the trade fair, at the ongoing international trade fair, you can visit our office in Lagos. You can also visit our office in Port Harcourt. We are in Eliozu in Port Harcourt. We have our branches all over the country. For those watching us internationally, give us a call. We have our agents across the world. For those in Nigeria, call us. We advise you, you can get the best in alternative medicine. For your omega-3, for your diabetes issues, for your high blood pressures, and so on. Or you have been suffering from this infection, you have been treating it all this while, and you notice the infection is proving stubborn. Please don't hesitate. Give us a call on this number. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. For those men who cannot bear their name as a man, and also for those who do it as if they were chicken, just give us a call. And for those women, you notice your menstrual cycle is no longer the way it is, and you are experiencing what we call early menopause, please don't hesitate. We have been to over 36 countries in the world. Our products are mainly from Germany. We have products from China. We have products from Belgium. We have products from the whole world. Anything that has to do with alternative medicine, give us a call. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. Thank you, and remain blessed as you visit Greenland Natural Medicine.
To issues of the moment. The federal government is accelerating access to electricity in the country with deployment of mini-grids and solar home systems, connecting more than 1 million end users in 1 year. This is with and provide affordable electricity to areas not covered by the national grid, as well as unserved and underserved communities. In 2023, more than 330 kilowatt peak of mini-grids were deployed across the country, with 2,631 solar home systems units delivered to communities across the 6 geopolitical zones. 18,300 solar streetlights have been installed nationwide, covering a distance of more than 500 kilometers. Through intervention of energizing agriculture and boosting irrigation in 2023, 1,668 solar water pumps were deployed and impacted 24,000 hectares of farmland. Accelerating access to power is what we will be looking at on this week's edition of Issues of the Moment. My name is Justin Bemunyi, and you'll meet my guests after this break. I welcome you to the program. For joining us on the program, Issues of the Moment. Today, we have in focus accelerating access to power, and my guest is a power sector analyst and executive secretary, Power Consumers Advocates of Nigeria, PCAN. He is Mr. Uket Obonga. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Uket Obonga, for coming on the program, Issues of the Moment. We want to appreciate your time so much for coming.
Thank you for having me, and I believe we are going to have a fruitful and discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Accelerating access to power is what we're looking at. And as we all know, Nigeria's power sector over the years is still work in progress. And as it is right now, with available supply currently at about 5,000 megawatts, what would be your assessment, of the Nigeria electricity supply industry, that is NESI, and of course performance of the players?
Well, thank you very much for that question. You assess performance based on what? Output, right? There is input, there is output. So much has gone into the power sector, though we are told it has been privatized. And to make hold an informed opinion or make an informed assessment, you have to look at where we are coming from. Where are we today? Are we making improvements? Every sector stakeholder and watchers of the power sector in Nigeria is saddened, including me, that we are still going round in circles, motion without movement. If we are talking of assessing the problems we had from the beginning, liquidity problem is still there, yet to be solved. Gas supply constraints still there. First quarter of 2024, 5 thermal plants, 5, did not generate 1 kilowatt of electricity. Because of what? No gas, 5. All these challenges are there. Transmission infrastructure is still a challenge. Distribution infrastructure is still a challenge. But all that the players, even the governance structure, is still in a mess. We are still number one globally, a country with close to 90 million of their citizens that have no access to electricity. We are number one globally. We are still talking of a metering gap as huge as over 7 million. 7 million. Considering the fact that the meter measures energy received, energy consumed, and it's a revenue tool that should be number one priority. to a sector. We are still talking of subsidy in a sector, government paying subsidy in a sector that is said to have been privatized. Or let us assume that the privatization, the investors have 60% of the equity holdings in these companies, and the federal government 40%. We are still talking of a sector where, up till this moment, we have not found our feet to electricity. The investors came in 1st of November 2013, November 1st, they took over the assets and started operating. Nobody is talking about what they call legacy debts that were owed to the defunct PHCN, stroke NEPA, which they collected. And when they were collecting these monies in 2013, 2014, 2015, there was no liquidity crisis. Do we have records, statistical data of what they collected? So there are a lot of challenges there. We lack statistical data. 10 years after privatization, 10 years, there is no data, reliable statistical data we can.
Let's talk about the way forward. Throw more light, the gaps that we have, that we need to fix. You know, Nigerians are, let's just say that they unfortunately, feel that all these efforts have not yielded the desired results. Many Nigerians that even have this, that are even connected to this power supply don't enjoy up to 12 hours of electricity supply, so to speak. Now, what is your take on this? How do we fix this? What do you see? How do we fix these gaps?
Way forward is simple. Number one, we have gone and have been going on the wrong path, making the world to believe that tariff is the cause of the problem. If you look at the first quarter report of the Commission, NEC, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission report, revenue collection rose to about 76 or 78%. But energy uptake dropped and dimmed. Why? You have collected so much money from little quantity of what you gave out. So much money you collected. Then when the energy uptake was higher, you collected less. How do you interpret that? We are traveling a pathway which is wrong, which is not going to take us to anywhere, believing that tariff is at the core. No. Okay. Look at this scenario. Let me paint this scenario, make this illustration. We have what? Installed capacity of 13,000 megawatts. And we can only generate 5,000. What is the difference? About 8,000 is handled. There is what is called available generation capacity, that the discourse will tell you, okay, you have installed capacity of 13,000 plus megawatts, and available generation capacity of about 6,000, 50%, more than 50% of what you install capacity. And what you can generate, you are unable, the discourse, the transmission company of Nigeria, and the discourse cannot take to the people. And Nigerians are out there looking for power. They don't have access. 90 million Nigerians don't have access. And you are talking of liquidity crisis. What has been done to take this power you call captive power, the ones that the discourse are rejecting? They cannot take this because their infrastructure cannot carry. Have you invested on infrastructure, distribution infrastructure, adequately? Particularly the private companies, whose duty and responsibility is to do what? Distribute electricity to Nigeria by improving, upgrading, expanding their own distribution network. Have they done that? They gave them carpets. Under PIP, they called it Capital Expenditure for Performance Improvement Plan, CAPEX PIP, or PIP CAPEX, for 4 years. How much was spent? How much was spent? How many customers have been metered? Now, we have a system where you have generation higher. The notch is higher than that of distribution. And now in distribution, you don't have the capacity to sell your energy. And the only capacity, the only tool for the business and to account for the energy received is what? The meter. And you are telling me that out of 13 million plus customers, a little bit over 5 million metered, and 7 million plus to 8 million are not metered. What kind of business is that? The tool that should give you the money, you don't have it. The instrument to market your product, you don't have it. And you are here complaining. So what is the way forward? Number one, I hear the World Bank came up with what they call DSREPT, Distribution Sector Rehabilitation Program or Project, where about $500 million have been set aside. And about $200 million is going into metering. We have said it over and over. Meter electricity consumers. Meter electricity consumers is not only about revenue. It's about bridging and reducing the huge or large aggregate technical, commercial, and collection losses, which today, according to the first quarter report, stands at 36.36%. Meaning, for every 100 naira electricity that is generated, that is transmitted, that is distributed, you are losing 36 naira, 36 kobo from 100 naira. That is the meaning of ATC and C losses, percentage losses, which stands at what? 36.36%. So if you take 36.36% from 100 naira, what is left? Why won't you not have liquidity crisis in the sector? So it is like we are not really focusing on the real issues. We are not focusing. We are derailing. We have a sector that, one, you don't know the number of Nigerians that are in electricity. We don't know. Who generates data for the regulator? The operator. What effort, when they launched the power sector reform program, PSROPA, something like that, under Fashola, the World Bank and observed that statistical data is key. Why? Electricity is a measurable quantity. Everything about it deals with figures and data. And yet you don't have the data. So how do you plan? How do you make a projection?
So as it is right now, we already have this on board. You are aware of this and all that. You are representing the Power Consumers Advocates of Nigeria, PICA. We also have other CSOs and all that. Now, in monitoring all this irregularity, how is the checks and balances done to ensure that you try as much as you can to regularize this? Most of these things that you see that should not be done.
You have a regulator called Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. The job of that commission, well, let me give it to them. They are trying in their own little way. They are trying. But their effort is still not paying off. Their effort is not still good enough. It is the duty of the regulator to stamp its feet and make sure that policies, plans, orders, regulations that they are put in place are the operators play by the rules. And where breaches occur, there should be sanctions. But we have a situation where all these things are not happening. And now, all we hear is that they are pushback to consumers. They came up with what is called a service-based tariff, born out of what they call bilateral service contract that led to under my 2022 that threw up SBT. Then customers were reclassified into customer tariff bands. Tariff band A, service level delivery, is 20 hours in a day. Band B, 16 hours. Band C, 4 hours. Band D, 8 hours. Band E, 8 hours, 4 hours. Now, according to them, they have frozen Band D and E. But I challenge NEC to come. Let's go to the rural villages where people have one bulb hanging, no fan, no. Check their bills. Check their bills. So this is why we are saying, you don't just make regulations or issue orders. They must be implemented if we want to make a way forward, if we want to make any progress. The authorities that are within the regulatory space, the governance space, must stamp their feet. The discos were here at a point, buying electricity in Naira, selling in Naira, collecting monies in Naira, until we shouted, and they were paying themselves at the executive management level in dollars. It is only in Nigeria that such things will happen. And it did happen. You understand that? We have problem with the gas. Go to the Niger Delta, they are flaring gas all over the place there. Gas is here in abundance. According to a study sometime, the gas that is being flared can generate up to 40,000 megawatts of electricity daily. Nothing is happening about it. Then you came up with a gas policy. The gas producers now, who are sourcing gas locally, not importing this gas to process here, sourcing it locally here. Sourcing it locally. They are selling the gas to the GENCOs in dollars. And the GENCOs are generating and producing electricity, selling in Naira.
We've talked so much about this issue of power supply and all that, but I don't know, can you give us a brief of your opinion when it comes to other sources of electricity, talking about harnessing other sources of electricity, solar, hydro, bio, and all that? At what level are we? What is your opinion? What should we be doing to harness this, to cover up the inefficiencies?
Yes, we are talking of energy mix.
Yes.
We are talking, Nigeria is so blessed, abundantly blessed with sun, for solar, with wind, with, we are talking of renewable energy here. Go down south, the coastal line. We have coast, we have biomass and everything. All the energy waste, all the refuge dumps all over the country here. In every city, you see mountains can be turned to generate, used, processed to generate electricity. The focus is on what? Hydro and thermal. There must be a deliberate government policy. When I went around this country, coordinating this program I talked about, we noticed that if you decentralize the national grid, particularly, they have no business, people in the far north of Sokoto, Zamfara, Katsina, Kano, going to Maiduguri and Borno State. They shouldn't have any business you running pipes here or running lines here from the south to go. What is Morocco doing? And what has Morocco done They built the largest solar plant in the world in Morocco. And they are generating close to 45,000 megawatts of electricity from it. Can't we do it? Is it rocket science? Now come to the problem. Everybody is shouting liquidity, liquidity, liquidity problems. Electricity market in Nigeria is one of the largest in the world by reason of the population of this country. One of the largest. Our energy needs stands at over 200,000 megawatts. Look at where we are. So the market is open for energy mix. People to come in, investors to come in. But you must make the environment conducive. Look the way of renewable energy. Invest massively. Number two, there should be customer enumeration to capture Nigerians into the net. The only way you can do that is to meter the company. Can we take a cue from Zambia? Can we take a cue from other countries that before even they extend a line, they put a meter there first because they are sure. And until you do that, until the issue of metering is settled in the NESE, we are going nowhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Uket Obonga. It's been a very insightful time with you. We've been a very fruitful discussion with you on this issue of the accelerating access to power. I thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for your time with us on the program.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. This is Issues of the Moment, and our focus today has been accelerating access to power. My guest has been Uket Obonga. He is a power sector analyst, and he's also the Executive Secretary, Power Consumers Advocates of Nigeria, PCAN. This is where the program ends. I thank you so much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemunye, and I say bye for now.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Fashion has been described as a form of self-expression and autonomy at a particular period and place and in specific contexts of clothing, footwear, lifestyle, accessories, makeup, hairstyle, and body posture. In its everyday use, it implies a look defined by the fashion industry as that which is trending. Nigeria is known to be one of the most fashionable countries in Africa, with over 250 ethnic groups. Each has something uniquely beautiful in its dressing style. Africa is a place of spectaculars in textiles, jewelry, hairstyles, or multiple combinations of all these. Today, Africa has an extremely rich and evolving fashion culture, leading to the emergence and the multiplication of African fashion weeks, top stylists and designers from the continent. West African prints have long been a multicultural and international trade item in the wider sense, with vibrant colors and patterns. African fashion is taking over the world by the storm because African fashion or designs have ideas into their work. That is why a lot of international celebrities are taking interest in African styles and prints. Though African continent has brought in new dimensions to have various prints, designs and styles, The Ankara print, for instance, is a game changer. They have in no small way changed the face of African fashion, both locally and internationally. Over the years, the stereotype of reducing the wearing of African prints for many wedding ceremonies, planned church activities, funeral events or child naming ceremony, among others, are no longer correct because they are now hugely popular and accepted. In the past, African clothing were worn more by the elders, and it was not so attractive or acceptable to the younger generation. This was because African prints were sewn in styles looking raw and not creative. Fast forward to the year 2000, dynamic and impressionable styles began to emerge in big A0 paper and hung in shops of tailors and seamstresses. You could look through the styles and choose what you want. Then came the emergence of young tailors and designers. Then the policy of wearing traditional dresses on Fridays by the federal government of Nigeria. This policy impacted positively in the boom experienced in the promotion of African prints and the various designs and styles that comes with them. Indeed, the African fashion has come to stay.
Please stay tuned.
23rd and 24th of September 2024 to review recent economic and financial developments, as well as assess risks to the outlook. 11 of the 12 members of the committee were in attendance. Decisions of the MPC. The committee was unanimous in its decision to further tighten policy and thus decided as follows. 1. Raise the MPR by 50 basis points to 27.25% from 26.75%. 2. Retain the asymmetric corridor around the MPR at plus 500 to minus 100 basis points. 3. Raise the cash reserve ratio of deposit money banks by 500 basis points to 50% from 45%, and merchant banks by 200 basis points to 16% from 14%. 4. Retain the liquidity ratio at 30%. Considerations. The committee noted the moderation in headline inflation year on year in July and August 2024. In addition, the MPC noted the relative stability and convergence in the exchange rate across the various market segments, resulting from the bank's tight monetary policy stance. This is expected to improve confidence which will enable economic agents to plan in the medium to long term. The committee was, however, unanimous in recognizing that a lot more is required to actualize the bank's price stability mandate. The MPC noted that even though headline inflation trended downwards due to a moderation in food inflation, core inflation has remained elevated, driven primarily by rising energy prices. The uptrend poses severe concerns to members as it clearly indicates the persistence of inflationary pressures. Members thus reiterated the need to work in close collaboration with the fiscal authority to address the current upward pressure on energy prices. The MPC noted the continued growth in money supply, recognizing the need to curtail excess liquidity in the system as well as address foreign exchange demand pressures. Members were also concerned about the growing level of fiscal deficit, but acknowledged the commitment of the fiscal authority not to resort to monetary financing through ways and means. Furthermore, members observed a strong correlation between FAC releases and liquidity levels in the banking system, as well as its impact on the exchange rate. The committee, therefore, agreed to increase monitoring of future releases with a view to addressing its effect on price developments. On food inflation, the upside risks remained flooding, hike in energy prices, scarcity of PMS, and most importantly, security in farming communities. Considering the weight of food in the CPI basket, members recognize the efforts of the federal government in addressing insecurity in the farming communities and stress the need to remain steadfast. In addition, the MPC applauded the ongoing efforts of the federal government of Nigeria to bridge the supply deficit through duty-free import window for food commodities. The committee expressed optimism that the lifting of refined petroleum products from Dangote refinery will moderate transportation costs and significantly support the easing of food price pressures in the short to medium term. This is also expected to moderate foreign exchange demand for importation of refined petroleum products, with a positive spillover on external reserve and improvement in the overall balance of payment position. Members assessed the performance of key financial soundness indicators and noted with satisfaction that despite familiar headwinds, the banking industry remains safe, sound, and stable. The committee, however, emphasized the need to sustain supervisory oversight on the industry to strengthen its continued support to the economy. Following these considerations, members deliberated on the optimal policy option to sustain the downward in price development, contain emergent risks to inflation, stabilize the exchange rate, and safeguard the banking system, while also shielding the recovery of output growth. In addition, members noted that the real policy rate remains negative, even after the recent moderation in headline inflation. To attract investments into the economy, efforts must be sustained to achieve a positive real interest rate. This would enhance the economy's competitiveness for international capital, thereby improving the exchange rate. Following a review of the upside risks to price development and the downward risk to the recovery of output growth, the committee opted to tighten policy further to safeguard the gains already accrued in moderating inflationary pressures. Key developments in the domestic and global economies. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, headline inflation moderated to 32.15% in August 2024 from 33.4% in July, driven by a decline in food inflation, while the core component inched up. Food inflation eased to 37.52% in August 2024 compared with 39.53% in July, while core inflation rose marginally to 27.58% in August 2024 compared with 27.47% in Q4, compared with 2.98% in the first quarter, driven by both the oil and non-oil sectors. Staff forecasts indicate that the economy will grow by 3.32% in 2024. The external reserves stood at 39.07 billion as at 19 September 2024, an increase of 17.4% compared with $33.28 billion in the corresponding period of 2023. This represents 8 months of import cover for goods and services and 13 months of import of goods only. Global growth projection by the IMF remains at 3.2% in 2024 and 3.3% in 2025. Some of the downside risks to this projection remain geo-economic fragmentation, elevated global debt, and ongoing geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine, as well as Israel and neighboring countries. As key central banks commence monetary easing, global financial conditions are expected to ease gradually and hopefully offset the downside risks to the recovery of global growth. Global inflation is expected to continue its deceleration in 2024, but may remain above the long-run targets of most central banks in the advanced economies. Members thus expressed their commitment to continuous monitoring of developments in the global and domestic economies to ensure that the appropriate response is always deployed to address emerging risks. The next meeting of the committee will be held on the 25th and 26th of November 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, sir. That was communique number 154, presented by the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Chairman of the MPC, Mr. Olayemi Kadusu. We will now take questions from the members of the press. Please state your name, your medium, and ask your question. You are entitled to a question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musa Abubakar with NTA. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musa Abubakar with the NTA. My question is the recent inflation numbers released by the National Bureau of Statistics show a reduction in headline inflation year on year, dropping to 32.15%, representing a 1.25% decline. However, core inflation rose to 27.58% in the same period. What is your reaction to this mixed inflationary trend?
Thank you very much, Musa. Let me first and foremost say that as central bank, and this is something I've said before and I will not tire to say it, that we are resolute in our focus on bringing down inflation, and we would use all the tools in our disposal to ensure that that happens. We are not going to spare any effort in doing that. The numbers clearly show that we are heading in the right direction. Okay, it's the fact that we are seeing the reductions and the deceleration over the course of the last couple of months is very, very good news. However, we are not out of the woods yet. We are not out of the woods yet. And we really cannot take any chances. You mentioned the issue of core inflation, okay, which excludes food. And really and truly, we have, been able to have an ongoing dialogue with other stakeholders over a period of time to ensure that the food component moderates, and we hope that will continue to be the case. But it is also clear that there are other factors that impinge on both prices and aggregate demand that need to be focused on. And indeed, we intend on doing exactly that. And that is the reason why we have taken the stance that we have taken to tighten and continue to do so until we bring this under control. And let me conclude by saying that as far as I know, there is no economic model that portends to take people out of poverty when inflation is accelerating at the levels that we've seen it at. There's none. And for that reason, we do not intend to relent on ensuring that we bring it under control.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor and members of the MPC. Governor, my question would be around...
You say you should introduce
yourself. Oh, okay. I'm Nancy. I'm Nancy, the executive producer and anchor of Moneyline with Nancy on AIT. Okay, this MPC meeting coincides with your one-year anniversary for you and your team, either when the president announced it or when you all were confirmed by the Senate. So either way, it's 1 year. So I suppose that perhaps during this MPC meeting, you and your team also reflected in the last 1 year about the effectiveness of your policy prescriptions around inflation targeting and the monetary policy conduct under your administration. I remember that when you came in, inflation was lower than where we are now. You just raised NPR with you and your team by another 50 basis points. So we're having an 8.5% increase since you and your team came in. Your inflation target, let me put it that way, is 21.4% by year end. This is 3 months to December. We are 32.19. Assessment around policy prescriptions around monetary policy conduct under your watch, if it's actually working, and FX rates management, as exchange rates management, liquidity management, and the general growth of the economy, because Nigerians are really suffering, Governor. They are suffering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy, maybe I shouldn't have asked you to introduce yourself. Double, triple. And to respond to this, I entered office and now there's a 1 year. And of course, it's a continuum, and so it will be. It's important, like you said, in reflecting back, to also remember where we are coming from. Okay, and I want to perhaps give a little bit of context on that before I touch on the issues, on the questions you raised, because I think it's so important to understand that. You can't divorce a situation that had taken place over a number of years with the past 1 year. Now, first and foremost, we came into a very loose money supply situation. Between 2015 and 2023, the past 8 years, witnessed an incredible amount of pumping of liquidity into the system. In 2005, supply was about 19 trillion naira. And in 2023, it was 54 trillion naira. I mean, that's a huge increase, a very, very huge increase. And a substantial amount of that, as I'm sure you all know, was through ways and means. Okay, so essentially printing of money resulted in a huge amount of money chasing, because this is the implication, chasing the same amount of goods, a relatively small amount of goods. So I think that context is very, very, very important to have. And to put it in another way, while the economy, on average, was growing at 1.2% during that time, money supply was growing at 12.6%. Okay, so you can see the inherent distortion there. Then also, let's not forget that we had a situation where global oil prices collapsed, okay, in 2015. Okay, and with that collapse also, we shouldn't forget, unfortunately, and it's just a fact of life, that Nigeria is a monolithic economy. Okay, so you're dependent for everything on oil. And as a result of the collapse in oil prices, foreign exchange began to dwindle, and it's important to understand that within this period, the response to that was really lesser foreign exchange and fixing of foreign exchange prices. And that also harmed the economy to no end. In other words, you had a situation where the response to excess money supply, little foreign exchange available, was to fix exchange rates, okay, which now resulted in multiple exchange rates and arbitrage opportunities between one and the other, okay? And of course, this in itself resulted in a backlog of foreign exchange, because this is where all these things have come from. And sometimes people forget that this is the context in which we came into the saddle of the central bank, okay? So it's just what it is. Real sector at the time were obviously unable to access foreign exchange, and things really got difficult, and inflation continued to spike. So in that situation, we came into the saddle. And of course, a number of things happened, one of which, of course, is with the background I've given you, attempt to harmonize the multiple exchange rates. And I believe that that clearly has brought about the results it has, including the fact that you no longer have these multiple windows, and including the fact that exchange rate is a lot more flexible and people are more able to transact their businesses, okay, through willing buyer, willing seller, as opposed to a situation where multiple exchange rates discourages or does not enable that to happen. So clearly that has helped in no small way. And of course, the moderation, the multiple hike in exchange rates, I beg your pardon, the multiple hike in interest rates have also helped to moderate the inflation that I spoke about earlier, have helped to moderate the inflation. Don't forget that here was a situation where exchange rate was really running at an incredible pace, and people had lost confidence in the currency, or beginning to lose confidence in the currency. So we believe that these multiple hikes have helped for people to now begin to take a different look at their currency, and there's a greater incentive to hold Naira as opposed to a situation that we had before where this was not the case. Of course, we've ensured that the market operates in a more flexible manner, because you see, in all this, the encouragement for people to transact in our market has got to be when the confidence has been built up. And we believe that that's what we have been able to do through clearing the backlog of 7 billion that I mentioned to you earlier, and being a lot more transparent in operations, which, by the way, includes what we are doing here. The fact that we are having this discussion, the fact that we are opening up the various things that we are doing, gives confidence that there's greater transparency in the way and manner in which we are carrying out our business. And indeed, that is the case, because we feel that that is so important in supporting the various policies that we have undertaken. Tough though they may be, and yes, indeed, I accept that they be tough. They really may be tough. But I've taken pains to give you this background to understand that we have no choice but to deploy these tools to ensure that we can rein in the excess liquidity that has been in the system, the high inflation that has resulted from all the excess liquidity, and indeed to encourage portfolio investors, those who are outside and had taken flight, quite frankly, to come back into the economy and to start taking an interest in Nigeria.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor and other members of the MPC. My name is Lionel Zokwe, Head of Business and Finance Desk, Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Just a rider to Nancy's question in a way. Mr. Governor, you are 1 year in office as a governor. Could you, in all these I have said, tell us the most significant...
Dealing goods, intangible goods, as opposed to money. I mean, the principle is the same, but it's a lot more when you're dealing with money. Is that of trust. Is that of trust. Okay. And we appreciate that ours is a business of trust. And I appreciate that as the governor of the central bank, I am in a position of trust. I appreciate that. And we have done a great deal in restoring credibility back to the central bank and regaining the trust in the institution. We are not there yet. It is a continuum. But without the success of rebuilding the trust, all the other things that we want to credit ourselves with having done or wanting to do will not happen. And that is part of the reason I mentioned earlier on. And I was asked this at a particular forum I went to. Why did you prioritize paying back the backlog? Why? Why did you do that? Why couldn't you have sort of found a way to stretch it out over a period of time and not? And the answer to that, quite frankly, is that it's part of the building of trust process. People have to trust you. They have to know that irrespective of what has happened, there's somebody in the saddle who is looking at things in a very, very dispassionate manner and will come to the conclusions that are in the best interest of all. That is very, very important. And that is another thing that I will talk about, which is in the process of doing all these things we've done, we decided it was important to refocus the mandate of the central bank to orthodoxy. To orthodoxy. We are fully engaged in getting ourselves out of unorthodox means of running the central bank. And I've spoken about this on several occasions. It is all part of focusing on a core mandate which essentially will moderate prices as we have begun to see the results and will eventually result in price discovery on the foreign exchange side. These are all linked in together. You cannot take one without the other. And I must say that a year later, I'm very pleased to note that the rating agencies, for example, have given us a more positive rating than when we came in. And that in itself, as far as I can see, speaks volumes. Because again, the rating agencies are not one given to emotion. They come in, they look at your books, they look at your numbers, they ask you the right questions, they see your projections, and based on that, they rate you accordingly. And we so far have been positively rated. So that, because I can sit down here talking for the next hour of the great and wonderful things that I believe I have done. I believe, again, we are not there yet. And I accept the fact that many outside are finding things very difficult. They are finding it very difficult. But I want to say that the things we are doing are set to put the economy of this country in a trajectory where we shouldn't go back and see some of the inefficiencies we've seen in our system over the recent past. So these, I believe, are short-term pains, and eventually we will get out of the situation we are in now. We have also been very, very, very careful with respect to transparency around our operations. And for those of you who don't know, when we did the last foreign exchange intervention with others, that was one of the reasons we used that, because we felt it was important at that time to send a very positive, transparent signal out for everybody to know exactly what is going on and how foreign exchange resources were being expended.
Governor, sir, my name is Ima Uja. I work for Vanguard. The report we have of remittances in July was that it was the highest so far of $500 million. And observers are waiting to see how this will translate to better performance of the Naira against major currencies at the FX. But we have not seen that exactly yet. Could you speak to that?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ima. Let me first, as at August, that figure, from what I'm told, is $585 million as at August. It's $558 million, $585 million US dollars. Now, that is a big deal, and it's over 130% for the corresponding period last year. That's a big deal, okay? And I want to just say to you, Emma, that this didn't drop from the ceiling. It didn't. It was a deliberate, calculated effort. We recognized in the central bank that certain things were not happening, and I will talk about that, subsequently, because you asked about the value of the exchange rate, and that there was a need for central bank itself to see what it could do with respect to encouraging inflows into the system. And IMTOs was one of those sectors where we liberalized and encouraged the operators in that sector to open accounts, and we are normally dealing with them on a regular basis to ensure that that number begins to go up. Because we were at a loss when we would go to international fora and people would talk about how the diasporans are all out there, they want to do all kinds of things in the economy, and why is it that we are not able to get that as a source of inflow for our economy? And that we started that process of engagement, and I'm happy to say that it has paid off. I'm very happy to say it has paid off. Having said that, we're not going to rest on our laurels. We're going to continue. And they will have some very innovative products and ways of engaging that sector. And we are pretty confident that if we continue in that trajectory, that figure will continue to go up. I had made a commitment, and I think this was probably in March earlier this year, and I said at the time when I decided to engage this, that within a year I would double that figure. I said I would double it. We set up a committee, I head it, and I drive it personally. I am personally invested in that, and I am personally driving it. And I know that we will get the results that we need. Now, you said, okay, all well and good. This is happening, but it hasn't, or you say, since you are in the press, you do hear the thinking of people that it has not rubbed up positively on the exchange rate. I think that is your worry. I must tell you that in as much as the strategy of the central bank is to unlock as many diversified sources as possible into the foreign exchange area, it is our strategy. But it is not enough. And it can never take the place of fundamentals. It can never. We may like to think it can, we may like to dream it can, but it can't. Until the fundamentals are fixed and in place, you will continue to suboptimize. Oil production has got to be ramped up to the level that will carry the economy. And I think we are all ongoing witnesses to efforts that are being made in that sector. It has to happen. Non-oil exports, and I spoke about the sad situation that we as Nigerians face today, whereby we are a monolithic economy. As long as we are a monolithic economy, the constraints to having the strong exchange rate that we also desire will continue to be hampered. We need to diversify our economy. We need to. There's so much that a central bank can do. Without the fundamentals in the right position, we will continue to suboptimize. Again, as Nigerians, we must look for ways for import substitution. It cannot all be about import, import, import. And our taste for foreign goods, also, we must be able to calibrate them accordingly. So these are all things that essentially will determine where we settle with respect to our foreign exchange rates. And as I said, we may want to wish it away, but it's not going to go anywhere. The central bank is determined to play its part in ensuring that the markets operate efficiently, and those who game the market, if we get them, they pay the price. But that will not substitute for fundamentals. It's not going to. It will help along the way. It will make the road of travel easier, but ultimately it's the fundamentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir. I received some questions from some members of the press who are not here with us. Permit me, Mr. Governor, sir, to ask the questions on their behalf. I have a question from Mr. Tony Chukwuyem of New Telegraph. He said, Mr. Governor, sir, recent data from the CBN indicates that currency in circulation, CIC, has hit the 4 trillion mark. However, there are many reported cases of cash shortages in banks across the country. What is the true situation, and what is the CBN doing to checkmate this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony, New Telegraph. Good question. Very good question indeed. Money supply, cash, you're right, and those statistics that you have quoted are accurate, as far as I know. They are accurate. Over 4 trillion in July. And I know from my internal sources that another 1.4 trillion is likely to be delivered in another 3 months to aid that whole process of cash within the system and cash velocity. So from our perspective, I think we are doing everything possible to ensure that there's sufficient cash in the system. That's that side of things. That there's no excuse for not having sufficient cash in the system. Now it goes to the deployment of that cash. It goes to the deployment of that cash. And quite frankly, we are working very, very closely. We're engaging with all the deposit money banks to ensure that they are putting these things through their ATMs, effectively dispensing cash to those that are in need. And whether they are in need or not, that's the function of the deposit money banks. That at all points in time, there should be sufficient cash in their system, that nobody should go there without being able to withdraw. We ourselves have got in place a monitoring system. We have devised a monitoring system, a spot checking system, whereby we will go to the banks and just ensure that these things are done in the way and manner in which they are meant to be done. And if they are not, again, there will be sanctions. But I believe that the stage we are in now, everybody realizes that the various stakeholders must play their part in ensuring that cash gets to the desired places that we intend them to be.
Thank you so much, sir. I have another question that just came in from Mr. Kehinde Ibrahim of National Pilot. He said, Mr. Governor, sir, Given the relationship between the pump price of petroleum products and the inflation in Nigeria vis-à-vis the long-awaited commencement of the supply of petroleum products to the NNPCL by the Dangote refinery, what will be the monetary policy response to the issue of pricing and foreign exchange management? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kendi. Let me say in no uncertain terms that, from my perspective, the Dangote refinery portends good things for the Nigerian economy. It portends good things for the Nigerian economy. Right now, imported products contributes between 10 and 15% of our imports. And to the extent that we're able to do away with that, I think that's a very, very, very good thing. It's a very positive thing. So I think there's cause for us to look with optimism that 10 to 15% of what the pressure that we are getting will abate over a period of time. And of course, additionally, as production ramps up and we get to 2 million barrels and over, and the export side begins to kick in and foreign exchange starts to come in, that also will further support the Naira and, of course, our efforts at managing the foreign exchange rate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, sir. That brings to end this press briefing. Thank you all for coming, and see you in November. Thank you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
My name is Dr. Aminu Abdullahi Al-Karim. I'm the GM of Greenland Natural Medicine. Greenland Natural Medicine is a center for alternative therapy, and it has been in existence for 20 years of existence a month. Well assured. You have a stroke that you feel numb all over the body, you can't move your body, you can't do anything for yourself. Don't hesitate. Just try and visit us in Greenland Natural Medicine. We assure you your problem will never remain the same. And in Greenland, the research we have gone through is part of this for men. This is the common problem men have, what we call prostate. Prostate has been virtually, statistically, it has given us 60% in terms of death rate now, especially in our African countries. The prostate is a common disease. All men have prostate. This very thing gets enlarged, which we call the benign prostate. The benign prostate has been causing a lot of problems for men in terms of their urination. They find it difficult to urinate, they find it difficult to empty the bladder, they find it difficult to even be comfortable when they are having their obligation with their wife. All those things are challenges. With this, for those who have issues with prostate, this is a research from Germany. That we have told you earlier. This is a research from Germany. With this research, we are sure your problem will never remain the same. For those who have it cancerous already, it has advanced to that cancer level. This is a very good product we attach together with it. We take it together. Together with this, we call the oligocell. The oligocell is very good. These are the combination. Takes care of the inflammation, takes care of the infections and so on. Then this one takes care of the cancerous part of it. We now have different things that has to do with rheumatism, arthritis. In Greenland, we have a very broad research when it comes to arthritis, be it arthroposis arthritis, be it lumbar spondylosis, cervical spondylosis, different kind of arthritis, gout arthritis, all those things. Don't hesitate. Just try and visit any of our branches in the whole Nigeria. You can get our product affiliated. Just give us a call. The number is on the screen. Just give us a call. We'll direct you to the nearest branch to get our product. With this, you don't have problem to panic, or you are guaranteed 100% with our product.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
African oral traditions are messages that are transmitted orally from one generation to another. The messages may be passed down through speech or song, and may take the form of folktales and fables, epic histories and narratives, proverbs or wise sayings of our fathers.